Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We are starting our today meeting from Brussels. Is an important meeting with several universities from Italy, from European Union, and also from the world. Is the conference of a presentation of the research activities of the University of Camerino project, which involved around 45 researchers from different countries, from different areas of studies. We are really happy for the result of this research. Thanks to the supporting organization of the project, thanks also to the stakeholder of the project, this project can combine the academia vision, the research scientific vision with the civil society approach. Today, I'm really happy to show a result, a deliverable, the bureaucratic term for our research, an Italian language book, La via italiana alle comunità energetiche, and I invite Stefano Monticelli, the president of the Federconsumatori Lazio, because with Stefano we are the editors of this book. This book represents for us the result of our excellent bridge created with the municipalities and with the local authorities, public authorities. We would like together to develop in Italy a lot of energy community. So please, I give you the floor, Stefano.
Thanks, Lucia. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being here. My work today is simple because I just have to present what we do and why we did it. First, I want to say thanks to Unicam ACPE for involving us in this challenge for the very beginning. Warm thanks to Professor Lucia Ruggeri for her and her staff professionality and for her patience with us because we are not professional authors. I say because we are here today to present our common work about the energy community and this common book on it. It is strange to say that, but it's the truth. We wrote a book. All of us of Federconsumatori Lazio wrote a book, and not a novel book in which we tell our experience in the way of a fiction. We wrote a real scientific book in which we say what we do about energy community, how we do what we do, the things that we have done and that we have not to build an energy community, speaking about law, regulations, normatives, so you can understand me when I speak about the Professoressa Ruggeri patients. We are not researchers. We don't study laws, we apply them. Our job is not to think and to write, but to do and to do. But we took these things very seriously. That's the reason because I would like also to mention the people who works at this project and at this book. First, the two coordinators, without whom nothing is possible for Federconsumatori Lazio, Doctors Valeria Caforio and Violetta Scipinotti, not by chance two women. The lawyer Carla Croce and Marco Valò, the two coordinators of the group, and the young but very valid Dr. Andrea Scivoletto. We have given life to the project called Comune, l'energia comune dei comuni, which doesn't make the idea well once translated, because it doesn't explain the sense behind the ban. The Italian word comune can refer both to the local administrative division, rule equivalent to the township or municipality, and to the adjective as per common or public, something related to or shared by someone or a group of people. Comune is a specific idea of joint renewable energy community, which entails the municipality's participation as active member inside. From here, from this extensive and inclusive nature, institutional and private, comes the project's name we have chosen for describing it better, the common energy of a municipality. And what we want to do, after all, is simple. We want to aptly provide institutions, citizens, small and medium-sized companies, associations with awareness, accurate information, opportunities, tools, and even the support to build an energy community located in their proximity, which primarily means to generate environmental, economic, or social community benefits, as well as profit for its member, and in a completely ideal sense for the country system whole, by divulgating a positive culture with shared values, able to foster a better general and enlarged sense of loyalty, justice, and coexistence, and instilling further confidence in a public service of life. We'd like them to contribute to a transformation of the community social fabric, to development and the transition of new local generative economy and energy market. And finally, why not? It is intended to save their money. It's easy to try, after all. When Comune was taking its shapes, a serious limit and two great opportunities have emerged. This limit is objectively made by procedures. It's not referring exclusively to those stated by the law or the operating rules concerning the establishment and the implementation of energy community and the subsequent access to incentives that are enough to complicate the process. We are referring to a set of rules to deal with when a public administration decides to execute works and service. Comparable to an obstacle course, rules relating to resolutions, to tender, to funding, to architectural, to landscape restriction, to seniority powers, and plenty of constraints could prevent the project's its implementation at any stage. Certainly, is completely discouraged this investment as well, and the involvement on unmanageable subjects necessary to the construction of the value chain. Until few months ago, before the new Italian reform that extends the limit, it would have been possible to categorize this aspect among the difficulty to be overcome with goodwill. Today, it's not impossible not to evaluate it as a limit, even if only is a consideration of a short time frames of action that the community must achieve to object that the country as itself. Looking at the two opportunities mentioned, they are related to the strong interest around this topic development by institutions, citizen, association, dioceses, so keen, so that at the time of writing this brief introduction, 20 municipalities in the region of Lazio have approved a resolution for the realization of the energy community after the very beginning of Comune and the specific indications. So I want to thank everyone for this opportunity. I want to finish my speech with considerations. It's clear we are here to change the world. So I think it's not possible changing the world if we don't give a peace a chance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stefano Monticelli, described the passion of this kind of project, the bridge between researcher and professional involved, engaged in the protection of the energy consumer will be the key for the success of prosumerism and the energy transition. And I really glad for the presence in our Elizabeth room of Riccardo Varone. Riccardo Varone is the mayor of Monterotondo. Monterotondo is a town in the Italian region Lazio. I think Riccardo Varone represents the new the new generation of mayor in Italy, a generation of mayor interested in the future of the world, interested in the fighting for the survival of the next generation. I really appreciate the effort of the mayor to follow the plan given by the European Commission to start also in Italy, finally, the energy community era. So please, Riccardo Varone. Riccardo Varone is also the president of the Italian Association of Municipalities for Marche region. So the example is really important. Please.
Good morning. Thanks for this opportunity. The building of a new model of economic development, placing emphasis on sustainability, is one of the key challenges for our country for the next year, and made even more pressing by the COVID and the war in Ukraine. The new RED II, the European Directive, has the merit among of having introduced the energy community. My city, the last year, Monterotondo, has committed to become one of the first energy communities in the region Lazio. The municipal administration committed during the conference, the municipalities common energy, in the October 2021 to promote the Comune project launched by Federconsumatori Lazio and the University of Camerino. Our aim is to create an energy community that is a legal entity made of public and private self-consumers and renewable energy unit to produce and share clean electric energy and consume it locally. The municipal, the place chosen to create the energy community in Monterotondo are a civic tower building and a sport facility. As the measure of my city, Monterotondo, I believe that the energy transition is first a moral obligation and the second a great opportunity. Moreover, I would like that the energy communities will be an opportunity for our citizens, especially for those individuals in most need, begin access to energy an important human right. Monterotondo is already a leading municipality when it comes to energy efficiency, having complied with all the agreements ratified by the Conference of the Majors. My goal is to also make one of the best practice for energy communities in the region Lazio. The local administration, public institution, and the whole association named of the third sector are all concerned with urban requalification and regeneration and with the energy communities. Also, the PNRR in Italy is another important opportunity for development, the circular economy, and the energy transition. These are the strategic objects that we must hope to improve our city. The path towards energy transition is for sure challenging, and it is our duty as an institution to help this important objective. Thanks to Federconsumatori Lazio, thanks to University of Camerino, and thanks for all the project partners for this opportunity. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's an honor for me to moderate this morning session of the International Conference, Prosumerism and Energy Communities as a Future Perspective. This is the international deliverable of the project enabling ECP, enabling consumer to become prosumer in the energy transition era. And the morning will be in two parts. The first panel starts now. The title is Energy Law and Technology, an Alliance for the Prosumerism, and we will run up to 11 o'clock. And the first speaker, it's my pleasure to introduce Mauro Albrizio. Is the European Affairs Director of Legambiente, and he has headed the Legambiente European Policy Office since 2000. So, Mr. Mauro Albrizio, I leave you the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. I thank you for this opportunity because I think that the energy communities are the driving force of the energy transition in Europe. Without the active engagement of citizens, there is no chance for a successful energy transition in Europe. I will start with a few words about Legambiente. Then I will talk briefly on the climate emergency we are living in, which is the backdrop against which we have to pave the way towards a fair and just transition, fossil-free Europe. Then I will focus on how the European Union is addressing this vital challenge with the new climate and energy package. And finally, I will conclude with some thoughts about how we can pay the energy transition, having the energy communities as the driving force, building on the experience that Legambiente has in our own country in Italy, sorry. Legambiente is the largest and most widespread environmental NGOs in Italy. We have 20 regional branches. about 150,000 members. Our headquarters are in Rome, and the European Policy Office is based here in Brussels since 2000. We are one of the leading organizations in the European Environmental Bureau, which is the federation of the European environmental NGOs here in Brussels. 170 organizations representing more than 40 million people, citizens in Europe. Just last Monday, the IPCC launched the new report on the impacts on people, the environment of climate change. And it's clear, the world is on a warring path towards 2.4, 2.7 degrees of warming. Such an increase, as highlighted by the IPCC report last Monday, would bring dangerous impact on people, the environment, and the economy. As labeled during the presentation by the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, it's a red code for humanity. The impact of climate change induced from a dangerous dependence, and these are the words of the Secretary General Guterres, depends on fossil fuels, is contributing to poverty, physical and mental health challenges. I'm just quoting: food and water insecurities, species extinctions, and loss and damage globally. This is the red code for humanity. And against this backdrop that we have to act. At the same time, there is a ray of hope. The latest science of the IPCC is clear. The 1.5 degrees goal is still within reach. And there are several pathways that can bring us there. All this pathway, this is crucial to take into account, entails steep emission reductions by 2030. On average, we have to halve the current emissions in the next 8 years globally. This is the challenge that we have in front of us. So, let's see briefly how the European Union is trying to address this challenge. In July last year, the European Commission released a package of the revision of more or less 15 pieces of legislation, which in December became 22, with another 7. So this is the huge challenge that in the next months we have ahead of us. It's the so-called Fit for 55 package, which is meant to achieving at least 55% reduction by 2030 compared to the 1990 level, which means 40% renewables and 39% energy saving. If we compare, since we are with scientists here, if you compare with the 27 primes scenario, which is the benchmark for the current legislation. But if we compare with the 2020 reference scenario, it's just 9%. So we have to take into account what we are dealing with. This is a step in the right direction, yet is still not enough to comply with the European Paris Commitment and limit global temperature rise to 1.5. As a rich economy, as well as a major historical emitter, the EU should strive for emission reduction of at least 65%, so as to reach carbon neutrality well before 2050. This is not only what the environmental NGOs are calling for. This is what science is calling for. Sound science is calling for. Only such a substantial cut will represent the EU's fair contribution to achieving the Paris Agreement goal, as clearly illustrated by the climate analytics report, 1.5 pathway for Europe. Climate analytics is one of the key research centers at international level and is one of the major contributors of the UN emissions gap report. So this is peer-reviewed science. This is what we are talking about. And the 65% reduction is achievable technically, technologically, and economically. We need to cut energy saving by 45% and reach 50% of renewables by 2030. The ongoing discussion today, this afternoon, the ITRE committee here in the Parliament are discussing the first draft report of the package, is a crucial window of opportunity for the EU to align its legislation with the highest possible climate ambition for Europe. That, as I said, is technical and economically feasible. This is why we are advocating for not a Fit for 55, but a Fit for 1.5 package. This is important. Europe has and could be the leading region of the world, paving the way towards a carbon neutral planet. We have the means, we need the political will, which is important now, these days, where we are facing this inhumane war, Russian war in Ukraine. Which one of the challenges is the European energy security. And this is the only answer to the European energy security. So let's go into the details now. A few details, and I am moving to the next section of my contribution. And in a cynical and egoistic way, this is also convenient from an economic standpoint. This is really interesting. The cost of the required transition are far outshadowed by the cost of inaction and delay of action. I'm citing Swiss Re. Swiss Re is the #1 reassurance group in the world. for instance, is the reassurance group that has declared dead Nord Stream 2, taking away the warranties to the company, to the Swiss company that was building the Nord Stream 2, because it's a risky operation. This is just to put it. And the latest assessment of Swiss Re is that a 2.5 world for Europe means in 2050 loss of the 8% of our GDP. This is what we are talking about. So it's important that we act and we start from tomorrow to pave the way towards a fair and just transition. Well, as I was telling before, it is possible, it can be successful only with the active engagement of citizens. They have to feel it fair, and they need to have the ownership of the transition through the energy communities, which can and should play a key role in putting citizens at the center of a fair and just transition towards a fossil-free Europe, which means an independent Europe from the energy security standpoint. We have to take into account that in 2014, during the Crimea War, Europe was reliant on Russia with 27% of our gas demand. Our policymaker replied saying that they were going to diversify. They failed. Today, we are reliant on 40% of our gas demand. And we spent, the Bruegel Institute just yesterday, made public, released the latest figures. We paid the Putin war 800 million euro per day. This is what we are doing. And this is why Gazprom Bank was not in the SWIFT ban. We have to take it into account. This is the challenge that we have in front of us. As has been already said, I move on, we already have in place in the European legislation the provision to make the energy communities a leading, the enabler of the energy transition in Europe. Not only the RED II directive, but also, and this is important, the electricity internal market directive, which means the access to the grid, so on and so forth. In March last year, CE Delft Research Center in the Netherlands released a report for the European Commission, which is really interesting. The report says that in 2050, up to 89% of the electricity demand in the 27 member states, the electricity demand of the household can be generated by the household themselves. So this is through electrification and self-production consumption, we can be independent and carbon free. And these are conservative figures. To tap this potential, in Italy, my own organization, Legambiente, last December, launched the network Comunità Rinnovabili e Solidali, which the network of renewable solidary energy communities, with the aim of fighting energy poverty through bottom-up approaches. It started by chance, because this is very interesting. Let me spend a few words. Fondazione Sorelle di Maria, which is a church-based organization in a neighborhood of Naples, San Giovanni a Teduccio, asked Legambiente the support to set up with the money of Fondazione per il Mezzogiorno, Fondazione per il Sud, which is the major donor from the Italian bank system in the south of Italy, an energy community to provide energy to 40 families in the neighborhood which have been cut the electricity because they can't pay. Then we started the first energy community, and we decided to launch a network. We have already 40 members, and just last week we launched a new campaign at SERS. And this is important also for the University of Camerino and the other universities. In the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, in the Italian one, we have 2 billion euro for the renovation buildings in schools and universities. We have launched a joint project to renovate this building through the setting up of energy communities, using the funds of the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. We have more than 30,000 buildings, and we can, in few years, renovate them with zero emission buildings. This is the challenge that Legambiente and the Comuni Rinnovabili are launching to the government. And this is also a small answer, a small contribution to the energy security of our country, and therefore Europe. We have commissioned a study to one of the major energy think tanks in Italy, Elements, to see what is the potential in the short term. We can install new renewable capacity to energy communities of 17 gigawatts, which means a reduction of 41 million tons of CO2, with new 19,000 jobs in the energy sector, and with additional revenue for the renewables chain of 2 billion, and for the coffers of
Thanks for all this data and this focus. I would like to remind all the people that at this website you can find a short dossier with all the abstract of the speech of today and also a short bios of all the speakers. Now I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Griet de Ruyter. She is a professor at Ghent University here in Belgium, and she's director of the Center for Mobility and Spatial Planning. Her research activity is mainly dedicated to risk assessment in relation to natural hazards, especially flooding, and also the impact of climate change. Professor de Ruyter, I give you the floor. Thank you.
This one because it's difficult to talk with the mouth. So thank you for the introduction and for inviting me to this interesting event. I will just see how this works. Okay. So in Europe, we already heard that the production and consumption of energy is by far the main source of greenhouse gas emissions. So decarbonizing our energy system is therefore critical to achieve Europe's climate change objectives. And to reach these goals, three pathways, to reach these goals, three pathways are followed. We will have to evolve more to a circular energy system, the use of renewable and low carbon energy sources, and electrification of the end user sector. In this context, the terms green, clean, and renewable energy are often used interchangeably, but they have different meanings. Clean energy does not pollute or harm the environment in any way. Renewable energy comes from sources that are constantly being replenished, and green energy comes from natural resources. Following positive characteristics are often attributed to green energy. It often comes from clean or renewable energy sources that are readily available, so they benefit the planet as well as the health of people. Green energy can lead to stable energy prices, as these sources are often produced locally and are not as affected by geopolitical crises or supply chain disruptions. And green energy results in job creation and is economically beneficial to the communities the workers live in. There are several types of green energy, but today I will focus mainly on wind and solar power because they are promoted by our governments and also often subsidized, and because they are considered to be renewable, green, and clean. However, the question we must ask ourselves is this statement true? Let's start with the term renewable. Obviously, wind and sun are renewable resources. But that is not the same as stating that energy produced by solar panels or windmills is completely renewable, since a lot of minerals and metals are needed to produce and store electricity. This graph shows the material consumption for CO2 or energy sources. Silicon, lithium, nickel, manganese, cobalt, copper, silver, etc. They are not renewable, and economists already are warning that the electrification of vehicles and the energy transition will lead to shortages. This graph shows that China is the most important producer, but also Russia is an important producer. Also, China and Russia exploit a lot of the mines in other countries. So Europe becomes dependent from countries like China and Russia for the production of solar and wind energy. Conclusion, although sun and wind are renewable, energy produced by sun and wind are not. So now let's find out how clean solar and wind energy are. In Europe, at first sight, this might seem true. However, people living in the proximity of windmills often experience health problems like headaches, chronic insomnia, vertigo, concentration, and anxiety problems. But there's more. The power density of solar and wind energy is very small compared to, for instance, nuclear energy. This means that producing solar and wind energy on large scales has an enormous spatial footprint with a high impact on the public space and on natural landscapes. This large footprint impacts the biodiversity, and following examples will illustrate this a bit. So birds, they either risk dying after collisions with the windmills, either try to avoid the wind farms, which leads to shrinking of their already stressed habitats. The picture on the right shows the changed flight trajectories of birds after the installation of a wind farm. For bats, wind farms are already the biggest cause of mortality in Europe and North America. And finally, windmills on land are a big contributing factor in the mortality of migrating flying insects and the decrease of the total biomass of flying insects. But sadly, this is nothing compared to what happens in the countries that produce the materials necessary to build the solar panels and windmills and batteries. These materials are harvested through mining activities, which are extremely harmful for the environment and lead to massive pollution of the mining areas, as well as deforestation. In a lot of mines, the workers are treated as modern slaves, and child labor is a commonly used practice. Examples are to be found in the Uyghur forced labor in silicon mines in China, and the more than 100,000 men, women, and children working for a few euros a day in the cobalt mines, often exploited by the Chinese and Russians in Congo and Central Africa. Working in mines is physically hard, dangerous, and unhealthy. Collapsing mine galleries frequently cause many deaths. Miners develop life-threatening lung diseases, and also people living in the proximity of the mines are affected. Research showed that the urine of local people contains alarming amounts of cobalt, lead, uranium, and manganese. And also the DNA of the children is damaged, leading to cancers, other illnesses, and birth defects. The increase of mining activities also threatens the biodiversity. This map shows mining areas and their spatial coincidence with biodiversity conservation sites and priorities. Mining potentially influences 50 million square kilometers of the Earth's surface, and of which more than 80% is targeted at materials needed for renewable energy production. As a result, mining is a significant driver of deforestation of tropical forests worldwide. And finally, there's a problem of waste. A lot of the materials used in solar panels, windmills, and batteries are difficult to recycle and harmful for the environment. The graph shows that solar and wind energy are the dirtiest of all CO2 poor energy forms when it comes to the ability for recycling. By 2050, all windmills existing today will be replaced and turned into waste. Especially the synthetic materials are hard to recycle, so often they are dumped. The amount of materials used per unit of produced energy is the highest for solar panels. Recycling the aluminum, copper, lead, cadmium, and other chemicals is more expensive than using new materials. So solar panels are dumped or burned, leading to pollution of the soil, groundwater, rivers, seas, and air. The International Renewable Energy Agency estimated that by 2050, there will be 78 million of tons of solar panel waste worldwide. So now let's go back to the initial question. Are solar and wind energy green, renewable, and clean? In Europe, they are deemed to be green, but that is without considering the raw materials necessary to produce the devices. The same answer applies for renewable. And finally, the question, is solar and wind energy clean? Certainly not. Although the effects in Europe on biodiversity and health are not as devastating as in the mining areas, the deforestation also affects us and the climate. What about the claim that solar and wind energy lead to stable energy prices? I really don't know the answer to that question. Sun and wind will remain free, but the price of rare minerals and metals is unpredictable the more they become scarce. Is the supply chain guaranteed? Well, again, although sun and wind are readily available, Europe is becoming totally dependent on untrustworthy regimes like Russia, China, and some South American countries. Finally, although in Europe, workers and local communities benefit economically to a certain extent, this is not the case for the Uyghur population in China or the miners in Africa. On the contrary. Conclusion, while we agree it is absolutely necessary to radically go for green and sustainable energy, the pressure of climate change and urgency to find alternative energy resources makes it somewhat inconvenient to discuss the negative impacts. However, we can no longer close our eyes for them. I think the pro-consumer concept might be an important element in the so needed energy transition and can hopefully also raise awareness on our energy consumption behavior and the consequences of all the choices we make worldwide. So I'm looking forward to an inspiring day with interesting discussions. I'm sorry I'm not as positive as the previous speaker, but I thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you. And now I would like to leave the floor to Mr. Manuel Ignacio Feliurey. He's a civil law professor at University of Carlos III in Madrid, Spain, and is also the director of the researching group in real estate, registry, and building law, and also the scientific director of Lab DINTEC, always at University of Carlos III in Madrid. His speech today is dedicated to the argument energy communities and their tokenization. Thank you.
very important collaboration of Federal Consumatore Lazio and his support on this project. And then because we all are consumers, at the end we all are consumers. And then I would like to underline very, very briefly some ideas. Okay, if it's possible. Okay. Yes. No. The past and the future. The past centralized systems. The future, the present today is a decentralized future. It's enough. That's this information. We have to combine it today both systems, centralized and decentralized too, with the peer-to-peer relationships. What I would say that, because this is the actual or present. We have combining the public blockchain and the private blockchain. The public blockchain is when the energy is obtained for outside the non-private blockchains, no private nets. And then we have the present, at your right, is the community energy. And then in this slide, I would like to show you how we are playing with both roles, the public and the private. It's not enough, the private blockchains, but we have, or we need today, the public one. But I would like to focus on the private one. And the private one, in this example, we have three nodes. The nodes first is upside, and then there is the node 2 and the node 3. The node 1 is a prosumer. It's a prosumer, it's a community, energy community. And then the node 2, the node 3, I want to say the buildings number 2, buildings number 3. They are consumer, they are not prosumer. And then the relationship between them could be very, very complicated, very difficult, but could be not. And then we have, I would like to show you how could be works, these systems. And the corner, on your right, there is the consumer of energy of these communities. And there is a little point, green point, that is area surface. This area, green area surface, is the surplus energy that the node first never consume. The node first produce energy itself, but he is enough with the red line, very, very tight, red line. And then the other energy that she produces itself is not consumed by this node. And then there is a relationship between node first, node 2, and node 3. And how is this relationship? What is the legal scheme? Well, we use, I think that we will use the blockchain, the smart contract, and the end token. The blockchain is no more than digital information. It's a chain of digital information, and then is based on the concept that decentralized system. And the blockchain is enough? No, the blockchain is not enough. We need the tool, a new tool that is a smart contract. Why we need the smart contract? Because the smart contract is self-execute and self-born on the different obligations and rights, how the contracts, but itself, the different elements of this smart contract. But at the end, the smart contract need to be representative, this right, on the called token. At the end, the token is only has a private coin, and then this private coin could be changed or consumed by the owner of this token, no more. It's very simple. No. It's very simple. It's not simple. Really not simple. I would like, I know that it's not very simple because I have to study a lot for this presentation. But I think that, okay, I think that could merit that explain some words, no? What is this is the phases, the steps for the token. The blue one is doing by the owner of the right. On this case, the node 1 is the owner of the energy. And then the green steps are the behavior or the attitude that have to do the people, the node, in this case, the node 2, node 3, the consumer that needs energy. And then we have to create the token. The node 2 say me, I would like some tokens, that is the bit steps. Okay, I will transfer you the tokens that you need, or well, the token that you want to have. At the end, when I transfer these tokens, the node 2, the node 3, or another people, for example, the electric vehicles, will be reading it. So, okay, I have, you want, I transfer you, and then you can consume, or change, or transfer to another. But every step suppose two elements: the smart contract and a lot of very complex algorithms, at least more than 8 algorithms, because you have to contrast the information, and you have not transfer immediately, but I have to have the okay that your obligation is enabled, enacted. And then it's easy or not, maybe not. Because we have a lot of smart chains, smart contracts, a lot of blockchains, a lot of currency, a lot of cryptocurrency, a lot of tokens. And then in this screen, I want to show the non-fungible tokens and the fungible tokens. They are very different because the not fungible tokens is very rigid. It's very rigid because the owner of the token, the primitive owner of the token, have to only one ID. And that's suppose that I transmit in you the block of this token. For example, in this case, Alice creates 10,000, the non-fungible tokens, where each token has the representation of 10 assets. And then Alice has to transfer to Bob the same. It's not possible to change the value or the value of each tokens, no? And then you can see at the your left the non-fungible tokens. How is the first step? Great. How is the second one? Bob said, I would like to have the bid. How Alice creates for Bob, transfer, and the end one, Bob consumes these tokens. Bob could consume or read part of this token? No, because we are talking about the non-fungible tokens. We have to consume everyone, all of them. At the other columns, the other side, we have the more flexible tokens, that is the fungible tokens. And then I would like to stand to, excuse me, how is different the number here? I would like this token, but the assets that I need are 5, are not 10. And the bid that Bob says to Alice is, I need 10,000 tokens when each token are 5, not 10. But at the origin, Alice creates 10,000 tokens, but each token are 10 assets, represent 10 assets. But what could we do? Okay. And then we have this column, 5. 5 is the value that Bob Yes? Yes, yes. It's okay. 5, 5, 5, and 3. Why are these 3? Because Bob, who redeems the tokens that he bought, he doesn't need to consume all the tokens. He can choose, I only want to consume, to redeem 3 or 2 or 1 or 4 or of them. And then we have another process of recreation. Create, recreate. And we can go on with the same process, with the same tokens, or we can create more tokens by the different values, different representative assets. And then we have adding all of them. That is a ledger, no more. It's a contability. And then we have 10, 10, 10, 5. Why 5? Because why dividing? Between 5 and 5. 5 and 5 is 10. That's true? 5, 3. Why 3? Because he always wants 2. 2 and 3 are 5. And then Alice creates more tokens with more value because Bob bids for this. And Alice had 15, Bob had 3, Alice had 15, and he had the same 3. But at the end, when this is the transfer position, they have 10 and 8. Why 10 and 8? Because they bid for 5. 5 and 3 are 8. 15 less 5 and 10. At the end, this is a token. Okay? Sorry. More or less is understood. Yes? This is the chaos that could be developed in the present and in the future. It's not more than how is the of the token, how is the value of each token, how is the process of each token. Is the problem is who adopt. How we will sell how many tokens, because we are
I must ask for to remain within 10 minutes. Okay, just 1 minute.
the energy, the node who had this surplus, the prosumer, because we are talking about the prosumer's energy. He had this smart contract. When we have 100 tokens, there is no problem because there is no surplus. The token two, the token node 3, they have the same 100, 100. That means that when on this hour 0, 0, 0, they have 100 tokens, they doesn't need produce, and he doesn't need more energy because it's enough for them. But there is a moment at the 7 o'clock when the node first produce more than they need. And this is the smart contract. Immediately, it's a creation, and immediately, in the same moment, there is a bid for the node 2, but there is not a bid for the node 3 because the node 3 doesn't need, because he maintained his primitive number, no, the 100. And this is a selling, a purchase, a selling, a purchase on this different hour, 5, 6, find the 16. At 16 hour, there is no purchase, there is no sales. Why? Because the smart contract say, it's enough. You have 119, there is no, you have 40, you have 70, more or less. And this smart contract works in these things. The problem is what we'll do with this surplus that I don't consume, maybe conserve it, store it, or maybe to sell to another people. And then
Okay.
I'm sorry. We always think about this model, familiar house. That's not true. The big city are not a more familiar house. It's not, this. And then we have the more simple scheme that all of them are agree. But we have more complex scheme. For example, we have a community and another community, a community of energy and community houses. But we have supra community and then sub community. Or well, this is property for a third party. And then arrive the civil law. And maybe or tokens. That's finished.
Thank you. And now I leave the floor to Mrs. Ivana Kunda. She's a full professor and the head of the International and European Private Law Department at Faculty of Law of Rijeka University, Croatia, and also Vice Dean for Research. I give you the floor, Professor Kunda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be invited to this conference. I appreciate very much the program committee, especially Professor Ruggeri, for giving me the opportunity to talk about very important topics that are actually lingering under our heads for quite some time. And I think we all need to talk more about these topics and raise awareness among ourselves and especially communities which are at stake. My topic concerns the costs of digital technology. And I think that costs, we can all agree, are quite high. When I say digital technology, then I, of course, means the electronic tools and the automated systems and devices and resources which generate, store, process different kinds of data. And this includes from our mobile phones to enormous data centers, from the social networks to financial and entertainment services that we enjoy. And all this does not come without the cost. Maybe we can just take for an example a point that I found in the literature, that each of us, when we watch a movie streamed online, the energy that is consumed equals 60 cups of tea or coffee. So we can enjoy it for a whole month instead of watching this movie. And this is the proportion. However, if we go from this very micro perspective on, we see that Bitcoin daily electricity consumption is more than some countries' consumption, such as, for example, Sweden, Argentina, or Malaysia. And this is really worrying. Those who are in favor of it state that Bitcoin consumes 0.55 of the global energy when it comes to digital technology. So without going into details of a specific Bitcoin transaction, which is actually based on the blockchain technology, it suffices to say that every such transaction requires verification by a miner. That's where the costs come from, because there is a competition between miners. And the cost has increased from 2010 or 11, soon after it started, when it was enough to have a desktop computer to mine it, to 10 years later, in May 2021, when it was equivalent to the cost of 13 years of average US household electricity consumption. That is outrageous. That is something that we should not accept as such at all. At all. There is no justification, let alone from the standpoint of sustainability that we are talking about and trying to achieve. So, well, we all see the benefits of the digital transformation. It is stated numerous times that digital transformation is actually, costs of it are nothing when we compare it to the benefits of it. You'll read those statements all over. But what kind of benefits are we talking about? Mainly, we're talking about customer loyalty, efficiency, speed in providing services. So we're talking about comfort, not real efficiency for a human being. It's actual luxury for a human being that we are talking about. And so can we call it actually efficient against the costs? That's what we have to say. Be straight to each other and do not fall under these, let's say, even greenwashing statements that we can hear all the time, because when we think of it, it is a kind of a greenwashing, just of in a wider sense. So the problem is that according to the International Data Corporation, global spending on technology and services for digital transformation will reach $2.3 trillion by 2023. And if we think about enormous investment, maybe we should think about whether such investment should be redirected in part to something that would actually make a difference to our environmental situation and energy situation that we are in, and not just to our simple comfort. And if we ask ourselves in this way, then we have to say what the regulators can do, what the legislators can do, because that's the standpoint I'm actually interested in as a lawyer. And I think that we need to devise a set of legislation which would complement the ones that we heard about before, and which would have as a goal some sort of limiting the expenses that are currently being directed to just this comfort element, and redirecting some of the wealth into something that will make efficiency in the terms that we understand when we talk about sustainability. So what kind of measures are we talking about? Well, I'm not sure that I know the answer to that, but I can at least mention a couple of possibilities in a wider terms. So what we need to say that development and use of digital technology for comfort only should not be without restrictions. Because if it is, it will just be furthering the state that we are on of endless growth of consumerism, which never brought actually anything good, but a growing bubble, which has to burst in the end, at the expense perhaps of our environment and life on the earth. So perhaps we can maybe try to think about limiting, for example, this technology development and use, depends on how we define it and where do we want to target it, to socially and environmentally useful purposes. Or if we're not ready to do such a radical step, maybe we can start with intense incentives for savings in those areas. Or we can surely limit energy consumption, for example, in certain sectors by introducing caps, yearly caps, for example, on e-sport, blockchain mining, and so on, because the data is promising to grow exponentially, and there is no cap there. And what I wanted to say, of course, in the end, because I don't want to consume too much of your time, is that this fight for 1.5 fight has to be done on many fronts. We just cannot talk about energy communities without making them aware of all elements there, not just about how they can produce energy. It's a functional world in which all of us are spending. We can produce a lot of green energy, but then spend all of it to our comfort. Does that make any sense? It is actually that along with the growth in efficiency, the consumption is also growing pari passu, and we cannot accept this without rethinking it. And I think Europe should not and cannot do it alone. We, of course, cannot influence as much others as we can influence ourselves, but we are not alone in this effort. Without others, especially in the area of digital technology, which is mainly run and owned by non-EU companies, we need to have more of a global understanding of what the goals should be. And I think it's a huge challenge, but it's a global challenge. And I hope that Europe has enough strength and convincingness to include other great players and energy consumers into this game, because otherwise maybe it just won't be enough if we do our goals, but others continue not on this path. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Kuhn.
Thank you very much. May you help me to find the presentation? I use this few seconds to, first of all, to give many thanks to Lucia for the kind invitation. I am very glad to participate in this panel in which is experienced the interdisciplinarity approach regarding energy and specific energy communities. The energy has to be faced, the problem of energy. Now we are the feeling of the problem of energy, finally, for a lot of problems we have, is by definition a interdisciplinary problem. We have to work together in order to achieve the goal. It's not multidisciplinary. Anyone study problem on a single view. For this reason, I start with bad news, as Gerd said. Imagine that all the things we have just said, that we are able to produce all the energy we need by renewables, we are full green in one night. This morning, our society will be more or less close to the death because the power system was totally break down. The physical law says that we cannot change, that the power we are consuming has to be produced at the same time we need. So as we wish to produce our energy by photovoltaic source or wind source, and you know that are not dispatchable, as technically saying, energy sources, we must use when they are available and if they are available. So the society and we are usually are living is based on the ability to use energy when we want, not when it was able and when it was available to be produced by the renewable sources. So starting from that, we need to change a lot of things in order to achieve this target. Starting from, I don't remember the name, sorry, of the last, what say, Ivana, yeah, says, we have first of all to reduce the quantity of energy we need, is the first step. Then we want to produce as much as energy is possible by renewables, and then to bring and to obtain this way towards a full green society. We have to empower the consumer and to put the consumer at the center of the system, and then we may use communities as a system in order to involve consumer in the power system and the energy system. Now I start with my speech. I hope that if there is any problem is on the no sul desktop, sulla cartella. No, era, ecco. Ok. I hope to go very fast there and to reduce the. Okay. So now we present an experience, a research experience we have at University of Calabria, and in partnership with a lot of partners that are Universal Center, university, and companies. The project that is acronym is COMESTO, Community Energy Storage, which is the main scope. In this project, first of all, we have developed some innovative business model for the management of the community. We want to provide, suggest as a possible business model the so-called community facilitator, that is a subject that is able to aggregate energy communities in order to maximize benefits. In order to maximize the benefits of the energy community, the basic idea is to combine the energy consumption, the self-consumption inside the community, and with the possibility to deliver flexibility services to the network. We have some experience, and so we show some results. I don't go to the details, but obviously this is possible if we have a different approach in creating energy communities. We are just starting and we are suggesting to review. I don't know if it's the right way, but we think that is good information to go ahead. Well, first of all, we have a market solution to create a energy community. What is the market solution? We want to build a renewable plant. Then we aggregate a lot of consumer in order to maximize the self-consumption. Okay, so the people that are involved in the energy community are as a passive role. Okay, they don't know nothing about the community. They just continue to use energy as they made before the energy community. This is a classical approach in today's view. Our approach, and what we want to say, that when energy community is born, we have to adopt all the solution in order to have to maximize the self-consumption of the community. So there is an active participation of the people through technologies. And the technologies are ICT technology, are storage system, and ICT platform that are able to coordinate the action of the producer and of the consumer inside the community. I will go very fast. I will leave, obviously, there are with some details in the slides I have just put in the PC. I wanted just to underline a few things. This is a brief representation of the benefits of energy community. The basic value of energy community is the benefit that can be done to the power system, because it allows to introduce more and more renewable. And on this basis, we can build all the benefits. So for the end users, social, environment, etc., etc. So having in mind this, the idea to use energy storage technologies that enables the advantages of the community, we are able to obtain the global results we are talking about. I will go very fast. This is the basic business model we have used. We have developed technologies, storage system, smart metering, demand response program, ICT platform that works like an aggregator of community energy, community and renewable energy. Because in order to have a sustainability from an economic point of view, we need to make a large number of participants, large number of communities, in order to have enough advantage, enough income in order to cover the cost in adopting the technologies we are talking about. So we'll go very to this is some numerical results we have on real data, considering all technologies that we are in place and we are testing. We are at THL more or less at 7. So we are very close to the market. So that we can be used for the new energy communities. So this is the benefit that will be for prosumers, because not all people may become prosumer. Okay, a lot of people will remain consumer. Okay, for technical and economical reason. And finally, give some results regarding the availability and the services that will be sold to the network as an ancillary services market. In conclusion, I want to say that technologies for energy communities are essential in order to improve the self-consumption, in order to maximize the benefit for all the society, all the parties involved in the energy communities. And on that, we have to work. We have to build the technologies, knowledge that will be in EU. We have in the last years, there was a lot of investment, a lot of money was given, for instance, in PV panels, but and so to increase our production in energy, photovoltaic energy, but a lot of of all this money go to the Chinese people. So we have to build technologies that will be in Europe developed and built and managed here in Europe. This is the basic aim we have to have in order to increase and to make the world not change. I don't know if we are able to change the world, but to have probably to be to live a better world.
To have a better world.
Maybe
Yes.
maybe
We hope so.
more
Okay.
a more realistic one. Thank you very
you.
much, and
Thank
sorry
you.
for
Thank
the
Now I leave the floor to Professor Lucia Ruggeri. Okay, our Professor Ruggeri, our coordinator. Thank you.
I'm lucky. We are late in our roadmap, in our timeline. So I prefer to avoid to give the speech. But I have the opportunity to share my ideas in a written. So please, Dr. George Sierov, please, near me, is the surprise of this event. Thank you, George, for staying with us. George arrived, please, late in the night with the book. It's a fantastic book offered by social sciences organization SGEM, SWIS. All people, all participants can enjoy my ideas written in the book. You can find in a few hours our book in the ECP website, in the website of the organization. Thank you very, very much to the president of the SWS organization. Yes, please, if you, please, George.
Thank you, Lucia. For us was a big pleasure and honor to be your publisher. And we do our best now this book to be here.
Thank you.
Maybe for 1-2 days. Okay, and especially for you.
Oh, thank you very much. I really appreciate the effort of this organization. They host 2 workshops in Albania and in Vienna. In this way, in a scientific community, it's a serendipity. We developed together this kind of study, and thanks to George Sierov, several participants in the ECPE project became member of the scientific committee. So our collaboration can continue. The gift is fantastic. I would like to dedicate this gift also to Federico Pascucci. Federico Pascucci is the co-editors of this book. In this book, we have the opportunity to read the second stage of our research. Several participants in ECP research group give their written. We can discover the situation in a regulatory framework in the world in this book. Thank you very much. So I please read my written, you discover my speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I kindly ask you to the speaker to leave the table to the second session. Thank you. And now we start with the second session of the morning. the panel 2. The title is Energy Sharing and Consumers Protection in the New Energy Market. I kindly ask you, Professor Sandra Winkler, Professor Sassi, Mer Vergoon, Kareena is online from Camerino, and Professor Vassiliki Kompli to take the site. And Kareena, la chiamiamo? Tu sei Kareena. Scusa, ma non parlava la Camerino. And Professor Garetto will speak, will substitute colleague Kareena Zadradina. Okay. You are from the afternoon. Thank you. And now I leave the floor to Professor Sandra Winkler from Faculty of Law of University of Rijeka. She's also a member of the Croatian Comparative Law Association, as well as of the European Law Institute. Thank you, Professor Winkler. I leave you the floor.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Ruggeri for inviting me to speak at this conference. I feel a little bit like an alien because I teach family law. And really, I was wondering what can I say during this conference? But at the very end, I realized that it's important to highlight which is the impact of all this issue on families and on children. The dark and difficult times we're living in make this topic of this conference very important. In addition to the serious emergency crisis that is causing alarming price increases for families, the energy crisis, but also the pandemic situation that we are living in are very difficult. But if this were not enough, the ongoing war in these days will certainly worsen the situation on the energy markets. And my topic is to reflect about the energy poverty. The energy poverty has many social implications. It is important to work on the inclusion of citizens, in particular of families, in the development of the right to access easily and cheaply to the energy. Precisely, in my point of view, it is important to increase families' awareness, and we already speak about it this morning, about their rights in the context, and even more, it's fundamental to combat the negative consequences which arise from the energy poverty. Indeed, there is a strong connection between energy poverty and families. Looking to statistical data, all around the European Union, there are many families, unfortunately, which are facing with problems regarding energy costs and deriving energy poverty. The energy, of course, has to be accessible to all the citizens. Its cost cannot be supposed to put part of European families in a vulnerable position. And when we speak about vulnerable groups, of course, I will focus a little bit more on children. The poverty in general and the energy poverty in particular should not be an obstacle to the family life and the realization of the life projects of family members. In this sense, it has to be pointed out that a number of fundamental rights guaranteed in the, for instance, in the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union can be mentioned here, such as the right to the protection of family life, such as even before the right to dignity, because there is a very strong connection between poverty and dignity and the lack, unfortunately, the lack of dignity. And of course, also the Article 33 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union, which states in its first paragraph that families shall enjoy legal, economic, and social protection. You know, it has to be considered that looking to the statistical data, that often the poverty is even more present in families with children. And the energy poverty generates many inequalities in these vulnerable groups. And I would like to highlight some aspects. Poverty, the energy poverty, as a new way of poverty, is like a bridge that brings into the social context the manifestation of the reality that child, because I said that we speak about children, lives in their families. In times of COVID-19, poverty has been even greater impact on social exclusion of children, undermining their rights, even the fundamental rights of children, in particular of those children who live on the margins of the society. So the poverty risks to undermine the foundation of a democratic society and jeopardizing the right to a free and dignified existence. However, the overcoming inequalities and pursuing solidarity objectives should not be seen exclusively linked to social rights, but rather as being functional to the affirmation of individual freedoms and rights. In fact, in my point of view, the recognition of the latter can contribute significantly to the achievement of social justice objectives through the distribution, this time not only with resources or income, but of the powers to each individual can exercise in the context of socio-economic relations with a view of self-fulfillment. A very important discussion can be open on this regard about the autonomy of the individual and his or her or their self-sufficiency. And this is exactly what we are speaking about in the prosumerism, the self-sufficiency. As to the children, some keywords has to be mentioned: the best interests of the child, children's rights, of course, their social exclusion, or vice versa, inclusion, and the digital divide they are living in this very moment. When I speak of this very moment, I think in particular to the situation, the risk of their exclusion for the social life and their exercise of their fundamental rights. Let's think about the right to the education in time of pandemic. We simply switch from old normal to new normal. And then you can write a report of the UNICEF and see that around 900 million children in school age, something like this in the world, more than 600 children has not the tools to be online in their school. And these are not energy poverty. Yes. When we speak about the right to family life and the best interest of the child, because when we speak about the best interest of the child, we have to think about the possibility of every child to grow up with in a balance of his, her psychophysical and emotional needs. There are many problems related to the poverty. I will not go inside the other problems referred to the fact regarding parental responsibility, child custody. Is a poor parent a bad parent? We will not speak about it, but it's really a huge problem. And this is very discussed in the theory of the family law. So poverty, in my point of view, energy poverty in this example, manifests itself in a sneaky way. It offers different opportunities to children, or rather, we can say that it does not offer opportunities to some children. I have chosen this aspect referred to the digital divide. The children of this generation were born with all these technologies. We have this Google generations. I'm not part of this, but my daughter, for instance, she is. And it is unimaginable that they can grow up outside this world. But we have heard that a lot of children are growing up out of this world. This would undermine their right to access to the digital environment. And quoting a very famous Italian scholar, Professor Stefano Rodotà, it is not possible to imagine that today a person cannot be able to exercise his or her human rights and fundamental freedom online as well as offline. This is a kind of new humanity. He said, nuova umanità. And so let's think about this unequal treatment of children during the pandemic because of different economic families' capacity. And in this way, we can see that this new humanity, nuova umanità, mixed with this huge problem of the energy poverty, are somehow making not just a digital divide, but a very big divide in the development of, and in the protection of children's rights in general. So to move on, because I have a lot of things to do, but I'm speaking and Simona is here and I know how it was yesterday. I would like just to say that some first step on a supranational level are already here, because there is an awareness of the gravity of this situation. And I can just mention the EU strategy on the rights of the child and also the European Child Guarantee that are from 2021, and when there is really a strong effort to be in order to avoid the consequences of these divides. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Winkler. Now I leave the floor to Mr. Pierluigi Sassi. He's business developer and innovation manager at the Ministry of Industry and Economical Development in Italy, and chairman of the Board of Management of Innovation. Thank you.
Thank you to all, and especially to University of Camerino and Federal Conservatory Lazio that invited me. So I want to talk about the deep meaning of this real innovation, social innovation of energy communities. The past decade has marked an important change in the pace of renewable energy sector, which has seen investment multiply up to record figures of $2,500 billion. It's a very lot. But today we are experiencing a very important decade, and we know that from 2020 to 2030 is a decade crucial for revisiting to change the course. We have to do a U-turn, a really U-turn. So the UK Imperial College and the International Agency of Energy relieved that the performance of these investments ensured the returns 367% more higher than fossil fuels. 367% higher than fossil fuels. So we can see very well why China, United States, with the most polluting countries in the world, are in the top of the ranking on the investors in the renewable energy. So we have to absolutely follow these people, but not for their pollution. Okay, last June, the International Energy Agency advised us, and I want to highlight that they had never done this before, to invest in renewable energy rather than fossil fuel. Did you hear that? Last year. Prophetic, real prophetic. At the same time, they note that the investment in the energy, in green energy, has a growth now after the physiological down due to COVID, but also said that we have to triple the investment by 2030, because we are too slow if we want to get net zero emission in the 2050, okay? And 2050 is too late, because the science said 2040, not 2050, Okay, we have COP26, where China said 2060 and India said 2070. Okay. In this perspective, an important contribution to ecological transition will come from energy communities, but not only, and not so much for the quantity of energy, clean energy they can produce, but for the intellectual, for the underlying cultural innovation that they bring, that brings with it. In fact, we are talking about companies with a high social and environmental impact that can arise from communities willing to collectively invest in clean energy in order to reduce energy bill, of course, of each individual investor, and possibly sell to national community the surplus energy, and then use this money for projects in the local interest. So we help everybody with the energy communities. So why big finance realize too slowly how profitable and urgent green investments are? Citizens are preparing to do their part by creating the condition to escape from technocratic paradigm, technocratic model of the energy giants, and rediscover the high value of their community, of their territory, okay, of their relationship. We are going to become brother and sister in the light of sun. I'd like to read some words from the prophetic, this is prophetic, encyclical Laudato Si. Ecological culture cannot be reduced to a series of urgent and partial responses to environmental degradation. It should be a different look, a thought, a policy, an educational program, a lifestyle and spirituality too, that gives shape a resistance in the face of the advance of a technocratic paradigm. Otherwise, even the best ecological initiatives can find themselves caught up in the same globalized logic. So it's very important to change culture. Liberation, the Pope, I follow the Pope. Liberation from the dominant technocratic paradigm does in fact happen sometimes, for example, when cooperatives of small producers adopt less pooling means of production and opt for a non-consumerist model of life, recreating a community. Or when technology is directed primarily to resolving people's concrete problems, truly helping them live with more dignity and less suffering. In the life of Prof. Francis' social teaching, energy community take a much higher value than we can read, what we can read in the European directives, of course, showing the extraordinary ability to create a new constructive link, bonds within a community. Citizens will thus discover that with their alliance with their neighbor can drastically reduce their bill costs and improve their quality of life. And when production exceeds local needs, he will find himself talking with the neighbor, on how to invest the resulting income in the common good of their own territory. They are brother and sister in the light of sun. This is the silent Copernican revolution of the energy communities. Copernican not only because it revolves around the sun, but that's true as well. So I want to finish my statement with the Pope Francis' words. Forgive me for that, but Pope Francis is really trying to change the world, and the same here, I think so. So not everyone is called to engage directly in political life. Society is also enriched by countless array of organizations which work to promote the common good and to defend the environment, whether natural and urban. Around these communities' actions, relationships develop or are recovered, and a new social fabric emerges. To choose, a community can break out of the indifference induced by consumerism. These actions cultivate and share identity with a story which can be remembered and handed on. In this way, the world and the quality of life of the poorest are cared for, with a sense of solidarity which is at the same time aware that we live in a common home. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tassi. And now, thanks so much. We leave the floor to Miss Mer Ergun. She's a PhD student in civil law and constitutional legality at University of Camerino. And also she's a lawyer, qualified lawyer, registered with the Izmir Bar Association in Turkey. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear professors, professionals, and also colleagues, it's a great honor and privilege to be here before you today. So therefore, I would like to thank Professor Ruggeri, who has invited me to this prestigious conference. So today, I will talk about the revision of Energy Taxation Directive. This is a really broad topic, and I'm going to talk about the key novelties because I'm not allowed to talk till tomorrow, as far as I know. Well, first, I will talk about the EU tax law policy because it is crucial to understand the key policy changes in order to understand why the ETD is being revised. So right afterwards, I will talk about, of course, procedural difficulties and novelties. So tax and energy. So these are two sensitive topics in a legal context. So according to WTO, certain features of the energy sector make it different from other industries in many ways. Therefore, we know that WTO laws do not directly cover energy area. Also, when it comes to taxation, we know that, well, tax is pretty interconnected with, of course, national policies. And also, we know that it's relevant with idea of self-determination. So therefore, energy taxation rules together tend to remain as a part of national legal orders rather than international one. So, of course, as a sui generis institution and supranational organization, the EU has a tax law policy. So, when we look at the Commission's early taxation policy, it is important to highlight that, well, harmonization of direct taxation is neither necessary nor desirable. On the other hand, a high degree of harmonization in indirect taxation is crucial. Of course, this is because we would like to achieve and protect competitive market conditions at the EU level. So, as an important direct taxation achievement, Energy Taxation Directive operates in EU since 2003, and it operates together with the emissions trading system, which is set up in 2005. So why are we actually changing them then? So it's a great achievement. Why are we changing it? So as previous speakers stressed, we are in a climate emergency area. So therefore, we have to consider sustainable development goals and energy transition. So therefore, both the European Green Deal and Fit for 55 package referred to the revision of Energy Taxation Directive. More importantly, we know that European climate law, which is another important achievement and binding for all member states in the EU, because it's in the form of regulation, refers that the Commission will explore methods of benefiting from the EU tax law system to promote the European Green Deal. So, as you can see, a clear, indication that we need to change relevant climate change law and energy taxation legislations are also present in this text. So therefore, the ETD does no longer answer today's environmental objectives, and it facilitates the use of fossil fuel. Therefore, we need to update it in the light of the EU Green Deal, which covers polluters pay principle and also carbon neutrality. Well, I mentioned some procedural difficulties in the beginning of my speech. So, a revision of Energy Taxation Directive requires special legislative procedure, which means that in order to update, in order to revise this document, we need to achieve unanimity. And it is not an easy thing to do because previous revision attempts between 2011 and 2015 failed due to this requirement. On the other hand, revision of ETS requires ordinary legislative procedure. Therefore, it is easy to update this document. Moving on, novelties. Well, when we look at the ETD, the main point here is that we do not tax two sectors, which is maritime sector and aviation sector. So the aviation sector use kerosene and shipping sector use heavy oil. These are apparently taxed in the revision of the Energy Taxation Directive. And another important novelty is that the harmonization of tax levels for petrol and diesel is introduced. Also, new taxation rates are introduced. So to summarize, well, tax can be used as an important tool to achieve energy transition goals. So therefore, as Commission stated, we would like to achieve this by using energy taxation. We can do this by implementing new taxes on polluting energy sources or by providing incentives for environmentally friendly activities of consumers. So the first one refers to the Pigovian role of tax system because we want to somehow punish those who are using environmentally polluting activities. So last but not least, polluting energy sources are not taxed enough. As previous speakers indicated, in the developed and emerging market countries, 70% of carbon dioxide emissions related to the energy field remain untaxed. So therefore, it is important to revise this important text. Thank you.
Now I would like to leave the floor to Professor Dr. Roberto Garetto. He's in the room now. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I didn't see. And okay, Roberto Garetto is our research fellow at the University of Camerino. Please, I leave you the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here today. I consider an honor to talk in such a high-level conference. I'm grateful to Professor Ruggeri, even if she's not here in this moment, but I'm really grateful to her. And honestly, I'm also happy because in the schedule, they moved me from the afternoon to the morning, so I will have a relaxing lunch. I will talk about the fight to energy disconnection in a post-pandemic scenario. Energy production, storage, and distribution must be accessible, secure, sustainable, and equitable. In the legal sphere, this raises the question of energy justice. Energy justice puts an essential but scarce and easily perishable element in the center, energy. The notion of energy justice, therefore, centers on the need to provide accessible and sustainable energy to all people in all areas and all contexts. In relation to energy distribution, energy justice focuses on the fair attribution of costs and benefits arising from the distribution process by applying a principle of energy solidarity. This principle is clearly stated in the Treaty of Functioning of the European Union, which at paragraph 1 of Article 194 expressly refers to a spirit of solidarity, which regards the Union policy on energy. The solidarity aspect has to be linked, of course, to the issue of energy poverty in a perspective of justiciability of this spirit of solidarity. We have to bear in mind that the definition of energy poverty has been evolving since the 80s of last century. Bradshaw first identified it as a lack of sufficient resources to buy adequate heat and light. Buzarowski recently provided an updated definition that has the merit of taking into account aspects such as information and technology that are indispensable in daily life. I think that Sandra Winkler already pointed out the importance of this aspect. The EU Energy Poverty Observatory provides 4 different primary indicators of energy poverty. Two indicators are based on self-reported experiences of limited access to energy services. In detail, late payments of energy bills and low absolute energy expenditures. The other 2 ones are calculated using household income and energy expenditure data, high share of energy expenditure in income, and inability to keep home adequately warm. The outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic generated a severe economic crisis that also had serious repercussions in the energy sector, increasing the incidence of energy poverty. Again, Sandra Winkler already pointed out this aspect, but we have a common approach to this, to this perspective, so I'm not surprised about that. The international situation, we know what I'm talking about, may lead to further consequences in the area of energy poverty. It is reasonable to say that the households most affected by the effect of pandemic, as well as the impact of the international situation I mentioned, are those with low incomes. It is likewise reasonable to assume that the cross incidence of these conjunctures will greatly increase the incidence of energy poverty. The most notable consequence of all these is that a large number of vulnerable consumers are, and in the future will be, unable to keep up to date with energy bills. In the absence of appropriate measures, they will experience subsequent disconnection of supply. It is therefore clear that the application of energy justice criteria require the activation of solidaristic support for vulnerable consumers in the pandemic and post-pandemic phases aimed at avoiding disconnection of supply. Such supportive measures cannot be restricted to legislation and regulation, but often require also case law to ensure a justiciable principle of energy solidarity. Vulnerable consumers encounter objective difficulties in their access to justice. Asserting a principle of energy solidarity in court is difficult for vulnerable persons who suffer unfair harassment. Legal disconnection protection forbids the complete disconnection of vulnerable households like disabled or pensioners. And we have relevant example of disconnection protection in the Netherlands, in Romania, Hungary, and in Spain. Spain in particular is an interesting observatory for understanding how to address energy poverty in an emergency situation, also by recourse to the courts. In 2019, shortly before the outbreak of the pandemic, Spain had formally adopted a national strategy containing objectives to be implemented over a 5-year period. Moreover, during the pandemic, Spain increased the protection of vulnerable householders, preventing them from the risk of energy disconnection. Catalonia, in particular, has exclusive competence in the field of social welfare and enacted specific legislation in 2015. Nevertheless, vulnerable households who found themselves in severe energy poverty, preventing them from paying their bills, did not always have adequate protection. Following repeated pressing and perturbing demands for payment made against a vulnerable person, on 30 July 2020, Alianza contra la Pobreza Energética filed a complaint against the collection agency who heavily harassed a person in vulnerable situation. On 26 January of this year, the Juzgado de Instrucción number 5 of Barcelona closed the investigation and concluded that there was sufficient evidence to bring the case to trial. According to the judge, pretending that it was a requirement coming from the court, the accused workers demanded the vulnerable party to pay the debt with the energy company, pressing her under the intimidation that she did not make if in case she did not make the payment, her accounts would be blocked and her energy supply would be cut off. The trial will start in a few, so we still don't know what it will happen, but it's important that in this case, a vulnerable person had or will have protection against this particular kind of harassment. This case law makes clear that a principle of justiciability needs to be affirmed also in the field of energy poverty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garetto. And now we leave the floor to Mrs. Vasiliki Kompli. She is a Supreme Court lawyer, senior associate at Metataxis and associate law firm in Greece. Thank you. I leave you the floor.
A very good morning to all organizers, participants, and speakers. I am very, very glad to be here and joining you today, and all that after the kind invitation of Professor Lucia Ruggeri, to whom I'm always so grateful. This short presentation focuses on the developments on energy communities in Greece and the dispute resolution mechanisms of the relevant disputes. Energy from renewable sources has indeed greatly promoted prosumer ideology, which has become indeed a threat in the energy sector. Technologies are already in place, and it is full reality today that the energy consumers are able to produce, consume, and share part or all of their needed energy from renewable sources. This can also be done jointly or even on a collaborative basis, on a collective basis through the energy communities. The Greek law on energy communities was enacted in 2018 and constitutes an integrated institutional intervention whose intention initially was to support social economy in the energy sector. The law was enacted after taking into account the proposal for a directive of the European Parliament and the Council on the promotion of the use of energy from renewable sources in 2016, and the proposal for a directive of the European Parliament and of the Council on common rules for the internal market in electricity also in 2016. Its purpose was to address energy poverty, as we say here, and to enable a transition to green energy. On the one hand, energy poverty appears to be a crucial problem in Greece, since the decrease in incomes during the last decade in comparison with energy price volatility and the limited thermal efficiency of most buildings in my country have contributed to the inability of a part of the population to fully cover energy consumption needs. On the other hand, meeting the requirements for the transition to green energy can be significantly enabled by the active engagement of citizens, municipalities, and local businesses in the energy sector. Alongside these goals, given that numerous Greek islands are not connected to the mainland infrastructure grid and still heavily rely on fossil fuels, energy communities law also aimed at specifically enhancing the island region's energy autonomy based on renewables. The necessity of promulgating a distinctive legislative instrument regulating this new type of cooperative is thus justified by the economic, social, and environmental importance of its purpose and the peculiarities of the energy sector. As the law stipulates, energy communities are defined as type of social cooperative aiming exclusively at promoting social and solidary economy and innovation in the energy sector, addressing energy poverty, promoting energy sustainability, the production, storage, self-consumption, distribution and supply of energy, enhancing energy sufficiency and security in island municipalities, as well as improving end-use energy efficiency at local and regional level. I repeated what the law said because afterwards you will see that things are not elaborating this way in Greece at the moment. And this was not written in my report because these developments had not taken place so far. So it will be interesting to find out and for you to hear what is going on right now. So in general, it was provided that individuals, private law and public law legal entities, including local authorities, could become members of an energy community, but natural persons should be the majority. Furthermore, energy communities could be either non-profit or for-profit, with the former not sharing surplus use among the members, while the latter do so. So to date, there are almost 1,036 energy communities in Greece operating projects of more than 466 megawatt, most of which were founded for profit. The tool of energy communities was supposed to enable local communities, local authorities, to be an active part in both the energy transformation of lignite regions. Lignite is the fuel we use mostly in Greece for energy production, towards clean energy, and in ensuring conditions of justice, solidarity, and democracy on the course of the post-lignite era, where we had job losses in the particular areas, and also we could have energy deficits in the whole country. A prerequisite for using this tool, however, is to provide solutions to perennial problems such as the release of existing resources to financially support public benefit, the saturation of grids in Greece, the institutional protection of energy communities from unfair competition in the energy market, and the modern, stable, and favorable institutional framework for their development. The law initially provided significant financial incentives and support measures, such as preferential participation or even exemption from competitive bidding procedures, exemption from paying annual electricity generation permit fees, and priority in obtaining generation permits and the access to national and European financial instruments. However, since the promulgation of this regime, there appear to be manifold issues. from costly, complex administrative procedures and lack of funding, to, most significantly, private investors hijacking this vehicle of energy communities. The latter resulted recently in the amendment of the legal regime, allowing the majority participation of private companies in energy communities, and also the revocation of incentives that were granted to energy communities. In particular, as from this year, later this year, 2022, all energy communities will have to compete with private investors in bids to ensure operational support for renewable sources. We all understand that sending all together to auctions to compete for a bidding price essentially jeopardizes the fate of energy communities in Greece from the very beginning. It appears that the right of the citizens to energy democracy is no longer defended by the legislator, and the energy market shall remain a private lounge for just a few private investors and players. One can say, of course, that these adjustments were very, very recent and have not been assessed by the courts so far, are neither consistent with the Greek National Energy and Climate Plan, nor with the European Union legislation, which specifies that member states should provide an enabling framework to promote and facilitate the development of renewable energy communities and citizen energy communities. Apart from these sad developments, the establishment of effective mechanisms for resolving disputes in which prosumers and energy communities in particular are involved is not only a necessary tool for customer protection, but also an instrument for improving also market performance. Therefore, the growing field of ADR, and here comes my second qualification as mediator, appears to represent an efficient, speedy, and low-cost tool to solve prosumer disputes. As the Greek regulatory framework, both in the field of energy communities and prosumers and the field of ADR is evolving, it is something that is worth examining in the long term. From the point of view of dispute resolution, it is to be noted that consumer protection law only applies to business to consumers relationships, and not to business or peer-to-peer relationships, which are central to this collaborative economy. If the supplier is qualified as a trader, the rules will apply. If, on the contrary, the supplier is qualified as a prosumer or as an energy community, furthermore, the relations with consumers will be governed only by traditional contract or tort law words. This creates a potentially very, very important gap in the field of consumer protection, and in those cases where the providers of the underlying services are not themselves traders, the consumers will be devoid of any claim other than based on contract or wares and tort against the prosumer who has made them suffer damage. Not only will such claims be unable to benefit from the favorable rules on jurisdiction and applicable law foreseen in favor of consumers, but they shall also be subject to traditional burden of proof standards and will require violation of a specific violation of a contractual term or fault from the part of the prosumer. Most importantly, such claims shall be addressed against individuals who may lack any financial surface and may be unable to offer any redress to the aggrieved consumer. In this framework, ADR methods have a special role to play. Apart from the existing mechanisms addressed exclusively to consumers, such as the process before the Greek Consumer Ombudsman and the processes under the European Directive on ADR and the European Regulation on ODR in consumer disputes, the general mediation regimes now in force in Greece can provide maybe an adequate framework for addressing such disputes. The Greek mediation law implementing the European Mediation Directive defines mediation as a structured process, however named or referred to, whereby two or more parties to a dispute attempt by themselves on a voluntary basis to reach an agreement on the settlement of their dispute with the assistance of a third neutral party, the mediator. It's thus a voluntary, non-binding, confidential, and non-judgmental process administered by an independent, impartial third party.
Thank you, thank you. I have to stop, sorry, because we have the hurry.
I will pass it on
And
to you. Thank you
I
very much.
kindly ask all the speakers to remain. Now I kindly ask the speakers to leave the table and the other speakers, Mrs. Maria Cristina Di Cicco and Mr. Ari Rogerio Ferra Jr., Mrs. Manuela Giobbi and Miss Maria Lucente Levante, Francesca Lucente, sorry, and to take the site on the table of the speaker. And now it's the time. Professor Maria Cristina De Cicco and Mr. Please. No, maybe you are alone. Okay, you take the speech because I have in the program also the name. Okay, Mr. Ari Rogerio Ferra Jr. is our PhD student. Okay. Professor Maria Cristina De Cicco, now she's taking part, okay. She's a professor in civil law at University of Camerino, and the speech will be together Mr. Ari Rogerio Ferra Jr., who is a PhD student at University of Camerino. Thank you, I leave you the floor.
And I prefer not to improvise. I would just like to thank Lucia for having involved in this project and in this important congress. So I made it leave the word to my doctoral student, Ari Ferra Jr. Thank you.
Hi, hello. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here. I'd like to thank you, everyone, Professor Lucia Ugeri, Professor Petico, my supervisor, the HPA group, and of course, University of Camerino. For me, it's really motivating to be here because as a Brazilian, as a PhD student in Italy, and as a speaker, speak today about the new legal framework for distributed energy generation in Brazil is very important to understand the challenge that we have in energy transitions. In Brazil, we have now a new legal framework for distributed energy generation. It was approved and has been published in January 6, 2022, yesterday. Not yesterday, but 2 months ago. It's really new. And the law is 14300. One more time, 14300. And is also known as a clean energy framework. But why speak about it? The Brazilian legislature tried to answer the prosumers with a new framework to promote, or at least try to give to them more legal certainty. And in fact, yesterday, I've heard a lot of times the speakers saying about legal certainty in NeoFamPro International Conference in family law, of course. But legal certainty, in Italian we can say sicurezza giuridica, in Portuguese we say segurança jurídica, in Spanish seguridad jurídica, penso. This legal certainty is important to the prosumers, of course it is, because the new framework in Brazil was approved to promote a greater security for them, promoting freedom, economy, choice, and because they need to understand how the system is based on, and with a framework, they could understand it. For example, the law says what are the rules for micro and mini generation in Brazil, always. Introduce the electricity compensation system and a new program from renewable energy, a new program for the consumers. And it's important because the framework also says about defines what are local self-consumptions, what are self-consumption, consortium of electricity, consumer generator, ventures with multiply, consumers, shared generation, micro generation, distributed mini generation, among others. Of course, I can't talk about all of them, but I want to say about two examples. The consortium of electricity is now defined as a group of individuals and or legal entities that consume electricity for their own consumption, serving all of them with the same distributor. And the law also says what is shared generation, that is a group of consumers through a consortium or cooperative or condominium or building or any other form of civil association, any other form of civil association that have a consumer unite with a micro or distributed generation, serving again with the same distributor. And I think about this framework, the new framework, because I'm sure about it, that is important to think about it in a comparative way. Think about it in a comparative way, because with Professor Chico, always, thank you, bring Brazil close to here. We can compare the Brazilian framework with Europe and Italian framework, and we can improve our system. And that's why I'm happy to be here speaking, because we can compare and we can search for answers for the energy transitions in Brazil. And I think Europe and Italy could give a lot of answers for us, answers for the prosumers. I think a new framework, this framework could enable the prosumer to become a prosumer, and we need to give them all legal certainty. Segurança jurídica, segurança jurídica, seguridade jurídica. I'm sure I don't have all the answers now and I can't talk about it, but I hope we do it later. You talking about this legal framework and how it opens up a great deal, for debate and for improving prosumerism. And I'm sure that we can do it with the TVA group in Camerino and with all of you. And for now, I think it's it. Thank you very much, and I hope you can debate it later.
Thank you. Thank you. And now I would like to give the floor to Manuela Giobbi. Mrs. Manuela Giobbi, she's a researcher at University of Camerino, former research fellow at University of Perugia. Thank you. I give you the floor.
Thank you to Professor Ruggeri. I'm honored to be glad to be here today. The new energy self-production model based on the use of the renewable sources allow greater production variability and allow and actively participate in the energy market for the consumers. Energy communities are decentralized and collaborative energy generation models in which all citizens can actively participate and become prosumers. However, it is up to each member state to eliminate discriminatory conditions and procedures that may hinder participation. The Italian legislation provides for the right of consumers to organize themselves into energy communities and to generate, use, store, and sell energy without further burdens. Thus, our consumers have the dual possibility of choosing the most suitable form of participation in the market, as well as of maintaining their rights as final customers and of entering into energy supply contracts by choosing their supplier. The final customers have the right to organize themselves into energy communities as long as specific operational requirements are met. The participation is open to all categories of subjects. Individuals, professional, and local authorities can participate. As far as businesses are concerned, participation in energy communities may not constitute their primary professional activity. But this condition seems to constitute a limit that is still based on the distinction between consumer and professional and does not take into account that the energy market is increasingly complex and characterized by the presence of organizational model of renewable energy generation in which the subjects are destined to carry out a propulsive and widely diversified activity. Each participant has the opportunity to take on the dual role of consumer and producer. It should also be considered that in this context, traditional contractual operations are subject to continuous change. In this new structure of the energy market, the generation, consumption, and sale and self-generated energy is based on diversified systems, such as sharing economy, and transactions are carried out peer-to-peer platform where access is open to everyone. Consequently, the right of the consumers cannot be considered in a restrictive way, but concrete cases must be taken into account. The same person can indeed be considered a consumer in the context of a specific transaction and a professional in others. It follows then even the professional can sometimes represent the weak party of the contract. Final consumer organized in renewable energy community also retain the right to choose the supplier as well as to withdraw from the energy communities at any time. In the event of early withdrawal, the final customer may not pay some unless previously agreed, and in case they are not fair and proportional to the participation in the investment made. Each consumer may also be the owner of the other installation that use renewable sources, but for shared energy, what matters is only the production of renewable energy derived from installations that are available and under control of the community. Consumers should use self-generation energy primarily on site or for sharing with community members, and any excess energy may be accumulated and sold through direct or aggregation sales agreement. In this agreement, a person responsible for the allocation must be unequally identified, who may also be entrusted with the management of payment and collection items to suppliers. In this way, the regulation of the plurality of interests referable to consumers organized in the energy community is attributed to the autonomy of the parties. Consequently, this also implies a necessary adjustment of purchase and sales agreements. The authority, ARERA, is responsible for adopting of the necessary provision to ensure that final consumers retain all their rights and obligations and are not subjected to unjustified or discriminatory conditions or procedures and could prevent participation in renewable energy. It is up to the authority to identify, for example, how customers participating in energy community can request their respective sale companies to separate the share energy fee or an applicable tariff from the invoice. But this constitutes a substantial limitation of the operational flexibility of the energy community, since it ends up excluding any different way of distributing energy and involves considerable management complexities. Final customers participating in energy communities also retain the right to purchase energy from suppliers of their choice, regardless of the member states in which they are established. They can also enter into multiple supply contracts at the same time, as long as the conditions for energy connection and measurement are established. For such energy supply contracts, the customer has the right to information regarding the identity of the supplier, the maintenance service, the duration of the contract, the compensation in the event that the quality level of the services specified in the contract is not achieved, or in case of inaccurate or late billing. The procedure for alternative dispute resolution may also be clearly indicated in the invoice and on the supplier's website. Furthermore, before the conclusion of the contracts, the consumer has the right to receive an information document containing a summary of all contractual conditions. And the violation of this provision constitutes cause for the nullification of the contract that consumer may request. The consumer must also receive information on the ways of changing the supplier, the level of performance of energy services, the practice of payment, the applicable tariff and charge, the method of billings, cost, etc. All the conditions can constitute limitation of the right of the final consumer, such as the change of the energy supplier by defaulting final consumers must be indicated in the other information document. This is an excessively detailed list of information that can become most detrimental to consumers. The Italian legislation seems to aim at regulating every aspect of the energy generation activity, but this is likely to limit the very operation of the energy community and freeze consumer rights. In any case, it is the same change of the energy system that presupposes a new interpretative activity oriented to a diversified coordination and harmonization of rule with the social reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Giobbi. And now we leave the floor to Maria Francesca Lucente. She is a lawyer and she also a PhD candidate at University of Camerino in private law, social sciences. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. And I would like to thank the Professor Lucia Ruggeri, coordinator of ACPA project, and the WUL research group for giving me this very fantastic opportunity to be here today. Thank you very much. So I start right away with a premise. Energy production is a conditio sine qua non for the development and well-being of the population. Based on this premise, starting from a survey of the most important European and national regulatory interventions on the subject of citizens' energy community, with particular reference to European Directive 1944 of 2019. I was intended to focus on the fact that energy communities can be a very important opportunity for involving citizens on sustainability issues and sensitizing them to a more conscious use of energy. By now, the energy communities, which we remember, they are intended as non-profit organizations suitable for the production and supply of energy from renewable sources and behind favoring the active participation in every territorial context of citizens, both collectively and individually. So we say that the energy community are at the center of various debates on the international scene and many studies which reveal how important it is to spread greater awareness and knowledge in the energy fields among citizens, so that the latter are more attentive and active on the use of environmental sustainability. The European Union intended to transform the European energy system not only thanks to new technologies and the reform of the relevant European law, but also thanks to the active citizenship of Europeans and their dual role as energy consumers and energy producers. Indeed, the European Union and its member states are betting on the ability of European citizens united in business organization with specific characteristics towards which an appropriate horizontal subsidiarity in the energy sector can be achieved to lead our Europe more towards development more sustainable. Therefore, it emerges that there is a continuum between the concept of energy community and the concept of active citizenship that is highlighted here, so much so that the energy community itself is configured as a new tool for citizens' active participation in the energy market. Well, the purpose of my speech was to bring renewable energy led by the local community to the attention of the social context, covering the role of health-conscious consumers, as well as the cooperative efforts aimed at fostering a common movement for renewable energy of local ownership. Behind the efforts of companies, it is precisely individuals who from mere consumers become prosumers, as well as local communities that can be the driving force of the urgent low-carbon energy transition. In fact, today we can speak of community power, referring to the intent of citizens to participate in the production and use of renewable energy. The concept of community power is related to the idea that people are not only passive consumers, but can also be producers of renewable energy. The low-carbon energy transition requires advancing a cooperative path towards safe energy systems with local community heavily involved in sustainability. The activation and direct involvement of citizens in research paths in the field has now consolidated the concept of participatory citizenship, which includes measures aimed at increasing the awareness and attention of citizens with respect to issues of considerable depth in the energy field. Precisely towards the citizens' energy community, citizens can unite to contribute to achieving the sustainable development goals. Therefore, it would be an important step to attribute to the members of the energy community the role of scientific citizens, which involving them in the development of various projects will promote their awareness of the use of energy, as well as simplify the flow of information and data. Therefore, to allow the active participation of citizens and local communities in the implementation of sustainable energy systems, adequate information and awareness on this matter is very essential. On this point, the citizens' energy community and the consequent active participatory citizenship can give ordinary citizens an important input, going well beyond the various and possible participatory models and recognizing them greater power as regards the tool and methods of production and consumption of energy. So I can conclude by saying that in order to facilitate the implementation of the desired energy transition process, it is essential that the European regulatory framework and the individual member states be enriched with increasingly specific measures that promote rights and provisions to support the development of suitable contexts for diffusion of energy communities. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Presidente. Now we are giving the floor on last but not least to Kareena Zadradina. She's one of our PhD students at University of Camerino. And so she will close with her speech the session of the morning. We are going to start at 1:30 and the lunch will be in the next room at, okay, in 10 minutes. I give the floor to Kareena Zadradina. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's a big pleasure to join such an interesting and really multidisciplinary conference. Well, the doctrine has long been arguing on the best legal form for renewable energy communities, which should be able to meet all requirements and achieve the goals imposed by European legislators. The solution, to date widely shared, has been oriented towards the adoption of non-profit or cooperative models. In this regard, in fact, the directive clarifies that in any case, the main activity of the energy community must be free of profit logics. At the same time, however, it does not preclude the possibility to establish the energy community also through corporate models, which are instead typically oriented toward profit. Furthermore, it doesn't actually forbid the performance of economic activities other than energy-based ones, obviously provided that they don't represent the main activity of the community. Energy community is in fact defined as a legal entity that can be controlled by members, but it can be controlled by shareholders too. This flexibility granted by the European legislator opens the space for some considerations. First of all, it's difficult to imagine the use of the pure corporate model without a rather invasive intervention on its configuration at the time of drafting the bylaw. Whatever the organizational form, it is essential to keep the ability to ensure a democratic governance, an open and voluntary participatory structure, as well as the pursuing of non-profit purpose. This means that if the choice is on the corporate model, it will be necessary to provide for specific clauses which, for example, limit the division of gains, or clauses aimed at extending the participation in the decision-making process also to persons which are not members of the organization. Such clauses are in fact essential to meet one of the main requirements for establishment of energy community, namely the effective control of the community by citizens. In addition, it should be noted that member states have been left a wide discretion to decide whether to introduce a specific organizational form for the creation of renewable energy communities, or whether, on the contrary, to leave the choice of legal form to the parties' autonomy. And it is precisely the preference of the member states towards the latter option that leads us to imagine as one of the possible optimal solutions the use of schemes that are able to reconcile economic activity with social goals. Following these considerations, my studies lead to take into account the social enterprise model, which presents itself as a rather flexible legal model having many characteristics in line with the requirements for the establishment of renewable energy communities. It is in fact an expression of the broader idea of sustainable and socially responsible enterprise, while its singular configuration as a legislative qualification that can be acquired in general by any legal entity allows the promoters of the energy project to choose between multiple models, including those economically oriented. In Italy, for example, the social enterprise is legally included among third sector entities, what allows to enjoy tax benefits and economic incentives, as well as to activate collaborative relationships with local authorities. So, to conclude, social enterprises are in many aspects in line with the goals of the energy communities. And thanks to such legal form, it seems to be really possible to ensure at the same time the performance of economic activity on one hand and the non-profit social purpose on the other one. Thank you very much for the attention.
Kareena, I'm really proud of your speech. Kareena is from Ukraine. All of us appreciate a lot the speech of Kareena. She cannot stay with us, but you stay with us in scientific research community. Thank you. Now we close this morning session. Thanks to Simona De Simone, strong moderator. We can have a light lunch together. Please, thank you for your attention.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We began immediately this roundtable about the topics, general topics, sharing best practices and legal approaches in a global context. I must to remember all of the speakers that they have to adjust at the time that is being assigned previously. And then the first speaker is Thierry Guzman. Is from University of International, Thierry Guzman is from University Brie, but in the University of Brussels. And then the topics is supporting the rollout of energy communities, the Renaissance project experience. The floor is yours. Thank you.
I stay here on the chair. That's the idea. Okay, perfect. All right. Thank you for inviting me at a very short notice. So we're happy to come here anyway. So I'm Thierry Kozmas. I work for the University of Brussels, and I'm coordinating the Renaissance project. That's a project that started in 2019 and will end by the end of this year. Now, the Renaissance project, Horizon 2020, 7 million euros, is basically having that's the whole project here. I guess you can see it. A whole methodology to set up a complete energy community, meaning with all aspects as well, technical as legal as business-wise. And we have integrated in the consortium for this project the whole supply chain to do this. And as we'll see, how we see the energy community setup is first of all, in the top layer, you see, if stakeholders want to make an energy community, you have to bring them together and analyze and design what they actually want to do. Often people or stakeholders say they want to do an energy community, but they have no clue what it actually means. And they have no clue what they actually want. So what we do in the top layer here is bring all stakeholders together, get their objectives together, see what they expect from it, what they want to invest on it, and try to design an energy community on top of that. And we have a certain methodology called multi-actor, multi-criterion analysis that brings together all the objectives of all the stakeholders. And those objectives are then integrated in the design methodology. The design methodology is basically based on a modeling tool that calculates energy flows, return on investment, environmental impact, and so forth. But also tries to take into account social impact, cohesion impact, and things like that. That is a bit not really modeled, but is actually assessed by a board of specialists, like people of you would be could be member of such a board. So basically what you see in the top layer, then we're going to design together with the community there and kind of construction, an ecosystem that fits to everybody. And what we do then in the project is to actually implement what we have designed. And there we help in installing assets, we help in installing a platform for communication, We help to install smart contracts that allows the different stakeholders to do trading, for instance, to aggregate or to do peer-to-peer trading. So we actually help in deploying the energy community as such. Then when we deploy it, we integrate it and we assess. So we do actually operate the energy community and we assess its performance. And then based on the performance, we try to reiterate the management of an energy community, reiterate the business model for it and so forth. So we get like a beta version of the energy community that is then implemented and actually be working. There's a whole bunch of partners here. No time to go in detail, but as I said, the whole supply chain is there. We do this in 4 sites in Europe, one in Spain, one in Greece, one in Belgium, and one in Holland, where we actually deploy the whole methodology and measure and improve. But we also replicate this methodology to sites beyond this. We have sites in Poland, but we also have sites in South America and India, where I'm going next week to visit the site, where we apply this methodology of co-creation. But of course, it's beyond the scope of a project to actually implement it there. But at least it allows you to, how would I say, assess the methodology. How is it applicable to different ecosystems, to different legal circumstances in the world. So we have about 10 replication sites on top of the 4 test sites, pilot sites in Europe. A little word on how many minutes I have left? 2 or 3? No idea. 5. Okay, that's great. To give you a little idea about what this co-creation methodology is. So it's called multi-actor, multi-criterion analysis. So first, when you go, it goes in typically 6 steps. Basically, when you go to an energy community or potential energy community, you propose a couple of potential scenarios in terms of something that's only about aggregation or maybe just sharing some assets, or is it really like peer-to-peer trading or not? Because people don't always understand what they have to do, and you explain them. And on top of that, in step 2, besides the scenarios, you ask them, what is your objective? Could it be return on investment? Could it be community engagement? Could it be security of supply? Could it be grid security for the grid? Things like that. So you go to all the stakeholders and you assess, and they have to rank their objectives. So you get a bunch of objectives that you want to come up to for all the different stakeholders. This is really important. And then it's important to understand these objectives. I'll give you an example, like typically governments want to work on climate change. Okay, what does climate change means? How do you measure that? This is actually, for instance, CO2 emissions, everybody knows, but it could also be public health. And public health is not CO2, public health is local air quality, things like that. So for each of the objectives, you all agree and you propose the way to measure it. Once you agree on that, then you start calculating, simulating, or discussing with experts what each of those scenarios here on the left side, how that would impact each of the different objectives. If you have such an energy community, how would it impact the CO2 emissions? How would it impact the job creation? How would it impact your energy bill? Once you know that, after the modeling, the expert consultation, you can, for each of the scenarios that you have proposed, show a clear ranking of how well you match the different objectives, and that for each of the stakeholders. So each stakeholder can see, if I go to this scenario, well, my objectives, this and this, will be met or will not be met. And every stakeholder can do this for his different objectives. And that you propose then in a workshop together with all the stakeholders, and you try to come to a consensus. This is a methodology that have been applied for several projects before, especially towards, let's say, urban developments or mobility systems that you're putting up. But this is the first time we transfer this to energy communities, and it seems to work quite well. Now, there's a couple of things that we have learned from this exercise. So looking at objectives, we have noticed that, well, of course, it depends on the stakeholder, but we have noticed that a lot of stakeholders always look at return on investment. The people think they're going to join, or parties think they're going to join for an energy community to make money. It's impossible. You're not going to make money. It can hopefully help you to reduce your bill. I mean, to reduce the increase of your bill. That is all the things that we have been calculating, simulating for no case. It's very difficult to make a viable business case. Doesn't mean we don't need to do it, because it may have an impact on CO2 emissions, and it may have an impact on public health, on health. So we still have to follow that path, I would say. But it's an illusion to think that it will help you making your energy bill lower. But also it has the impact that it's very difficult to find companies that actually, in a sustainable way, can make profit out of an energy community. I'm happy to see if anybody of you knows of companies that can make profit out of an energy community, but it's very, very difficult, and I'm open to have this discussion. But margins are very low, and until now, of course, we have a strong increase of energy prices due to several circumstances. But until now, let's say pre-corona, pre-crisis we have now, the margins are so low that installing everything that you need for an energy community often doesn't balance the gain you make with having an energy community. So it's a difficult exercise, especially for residential areas. Because in residential areas, the problem is that everybody has the same profile. I mean, you're generating solar energy day and you're consuming in the evening. That's not very good for a business case. So if there's a business case, that's another conclusion. It's best to mix different profiles. People who are parties that are creating energy when they don't need it, but other ones can use it, and the other way around. So mixing energy, well, this is what we have seen. Like you are a strong believer in mixing, for instance, SME sites or industrial sites with residential sites, because you would need less investments and you can be complementary to each other. It's one of the conclusions that we have seen until now. I still have time, or we are out of it? Well, happy to discuss afterwards. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know.
Poverty in Central Asia. Thank you. Well, Professor Narinova, you are welcoming. The floor is yours. No? It's not? There's no connection? Well, we have to continue for the next speakers. And in this case, is the Gotsue Kashi. Okay, welcome, Professor.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, Professor, welcome, Professor Narenova. The floor is yours. You can enjoy the 10 minutes, no more than.
Thank you so much. My warm greetings from Almaty. Countries in Central Asia enjoyed remarkable economic growth during the last decade, with the GDP growth across the region averaging around 5%. The region has, however, faced cyclical slowdown in growth rates in periods when oil and natural gas prices and remittances declined, and also during the current crisis due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The region needs to develop new economic drivers that diversify away from commodity revenue rents and remittances. The latter is mostly relevant to Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and Kyrgyzstan, optimize the use of natural resources and promote private sector-led economic development. Central Asia is endowed with water and an abundance of rich and varied energy resources, hydropower, oil, gas, and coal. However, water and energy resources across the region are highly unbalanced, and access to them is uneven. In some cases, there is a lack of physical infrastructure, and the outdated systems that exist are unreliable and inefficient. Some communities cannot meet citizens' electricity needs during certain times of the year, while others lack adequate water supply. Almost 2 million households across Central Asia suffer from energy poverty. The challenges are to maintain and rehabilitate infrastructure, provide new generation infrastructure for energy-hungry growing economies, and explore new models for energy trade, both within and outside the five-country community. Improving regional integration by increasing energy trade among Central Asia countries and with neighboring regions can help the region towards recovering and sustaining economic growth. Significant political and geo-economic developments in the last few years in the region have inspired a new approach that promotes regional cooperation. The two summits of leaders of Central Asia countries held in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan in 2018 and 19 called for strengthening cooperation in the energy sector by expanding opportunities of energy trade and promoting the development of modern energy infrastructure. Central Asia has a perfect set of complementary regional energy sources and a generation mix that can help realize the benefits of regional energy cooperation. This would lead to reduced investment costs in new generation capacity and increased level of renewable energy development. I'm sorry. Although Central Asia electricity transmission systems are already interconnected, the exchange of power among the countries in the region, however, has been limited and is well below the available interconnection capacity. This is mainly due to the lack of regional network management and harmonization, limited system synchronization, and absence of coordination in power generation, economic dispatch, and planning. These factors are key to facilitate opportunities of short and medium-term electricity trade and the development of new generation projects with a high potential for regional electricity supply. So now we face the new phase of regional cooperation between five countries that would support reducing the energy poverty in the region. Though we have varying level of energy poverty, among the countries across the region. So that is all. I hope I was in time. Is it or not? And I'm ready to answer your questions. I'm sorry, we were limited for 5 minutes. So I don't hear you.
Sorry, have a bit time, 2 or 3 minutes if you need to conclude, to say anything. Well, in any case, thank you very much for your interesting speech. And then that shows us how the global question is. And it's very well colleagued with the next speakers who are from Japan. And then I appreciate you how rigid the control that you had over the times having assigned. And so the next speaker are Gozo Kashihawakishi, Oroyoshi Sano, and Nori Shashima from Tokyo University in Japan. They talk about emerging prosumers and the circular impact in Japan. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Yes,
excuse me, I have to remember you that you have 10 minutes, no more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Koze Kashiwazaki, and we are from the Toyo University in Japan. So it is a big honor to join this workshop. So even though online, unfortunately, but thank you very much, Professor Lucia Lutieri and all organizing members to invite us to this wonderful conference in this situation. So the presentation title is Emerging Prosumer and the Circular Impacts in Japan. So if compare with this morning's sessions, this is more practical and concrete introduction to share our ideas. It is very small project, but I hope we can share some ideas. Okay, due to the geographical characteristic as Iceland, Japan has been relied on the imported fossil fuel for energy production historically. So the energy self-sufficiency rate is just 11% in 2018, and it is comparatively lower than the other European countries. So facing these serious global issues, the shifting to the renewable energy is one of the big issues. So at the latest strategic energy plan in the last year, the path of the energy policy to realize the carbon neutrality by 2050 was stated with a principle of S+3E, the safety first, and energy security, economic efficiency, and caring the environment. So in terms of renewable energy, we set the goal to achieve the become more over 22% of whole generation in 2030, as the table is showing. Okay, this is the contents of the latest strategic energy plan of 6th plan, and it is mainly focusing on the footprint and the goals to achieve the goal of 2050. So since a 4th strategic plan of 2014, after the Great East Earthquake in 2011 in Japan, Chapter 7, this part, was added to enhance the communication. Is quite important at all social levels to understand the situation and transparency. And especially the latest plan, the 6th strategic energy plan, mentioned about we think the energy issue as our own issue at all levels of society. And this concept is more closer to prosumer. And today I would like to show you some progress or some example relating to these issues. So I would like to introduce two projects as small-scale renewable energy project. So I hope we can share some idea how to change the people's mind and sense of value and make actions, and how to expand to the society from small but important progress. Okay, the first case is a hydropower project in Itoshiro village. Itoshiro is a mountainous village with 250 population, and more than half of villagers are over 65 years old, so it is super aging society. So village is called open-minded areas to accept the number of warships from outside to enter to the Mount Haksan since ancient times. Yes, this is a entrance to the Mount Haksan, and their big, wonderful ancient temple, and also the rich natural environment with source of the water. Okay, so this village, they started a small hydroelectric power system and began working on the industrial rationalizations. However, the residents shifted to accept the electricity, stable electricity from the company. But after they experienced the depopulation of the villages, they started again to create their electricity by their own and started the small micro hydropower project for processing factory for agriculture products. So as you can see above, the small spiral turbine, and this is very small scale, but from the small scale, the villagers recognize this kind of the self-management is quite important to realize their lifestyle. And finally, in 2014, all households invested to develop a larger power plant, a water hydropower plant, with a subsidy from national government and municipality. And now they can, their self-sufficiency of electricity is 230%. So it means they can also get a new revenue to sell the electricity to the company. Okay, in this process, there were the important movement. The symbolic person is Mr. Akihide Hirano. He joined the small hydroelectricity project and finally moved to the Itoshiro village with his family in 2011. And they carefully learned story and about the village from the residents, and they found the local wisdoms, very ecological lifestyle. Then they started to make crosses by the traditional skill and opened the crosses shop called Itoshiro Yohinten. As you can see the cutting drawing in the right, so they're on the process to make crosses. There are no waste from the crosses. So they not only from the product, but they also create the workshops to share the idea and the values. And now many new young generation attracted and moved to these villages. So this impact is successing and also involving the new generations, and also they create the new businesses as local cafes. Okay, this is one project. The next project is a solar lantern project. This is a small-scale enterprise in Tokyo. The company name is Leopold, and you can see this is me and 3 university students. So it means the 5 to 6 staff is working at the company, so very small. But they started to create a portable solar lantern from the experience of the disasters. How the lantern light is important, especially in the emergency case and the night time. And also they started the project as buy one, give one. So if the Japanese customer buy the one lantern, automatically another lantern will be delivered to the area where it doesn't have electricity. So I want to show the latest result from our collaborative research. So last year, the 200 lanterns were delivered to the 8 local schools in the mountain area in northern part of Vietnam. So this area is no electricity and many ethnic groups live together. And with the local companies in Vietnam, we send it and gives a survey how they use it. We found that just results come from the last month. So very simple result, but I want to share with you. And most of the children use the lanterns at the house and school, and mainly for studying and also moving in the morning and nighttime. And more important, the action was that they pay more attention and care the weather, how to get the light from the sunlight, and also they start to care the living environment. And not only for their own use, but even the small children start to think how to share with the light with the family, friend, and also the community's residents. And at the same time, the important action is from this result, the Japanese customers who bought the lantern and know the system to send to this area, the Japanese customers also changed their mind to use same product in a daily life. So this succession, even though over the country borders, can be possible. So as some of our students create the event to use the lantern in the library in our universities. So this action can be succession. Okay, now concluding part. So we see the small and very unique project and just very new, and they are two are very different types. But we found both cases started from the passion how to revitalize the local and global communities to make it better. And that process is led and expanded by the succession of empathy of the concept. That concept is come from us as a prosumers. So now there are many good practices at small scale, not only in Japan, around the world, I believe. And now how to connect and make it as a circular impact will be important. And this is, I think, our mission to do it. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you for listening. That's all.
Thank you very much.
Dear Kozue, dear Mariette, you are the angel of our PhD students. We would like to give you a big hug. We hope to stay together in Camerino, in Toyo, in Almaty. We would like to continue our fantastic connection. We hope pandemic and war finish in the world and we can stay together. But now I'm sorry for the interruption, but if this fantastic conference can continue, we need to thank the learning team of Camerino, Daniela Mendola, Giacomo Nalli, Martina Morbidini. They cannot appear because they are working for us. And all the fantastic organization committee, please. Federica.
Thank you.
Laura Maggio.
Thank you very much.
PhD student in Camerino University.
Thank you.
Giovanni Russo.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you again.
University. Ivan Allegranti, PhD student and fellow research in Camerino University. Adele Caterini, PhD student in Camerino University. At last but not least, Maria Paola Bottoni. Thank you. We can continue. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I just retain the chair. And so, thank you very much. And we have to move to the next speaker, I think. If I don't understand, well, it's la professoressa Maria Pia Gasperini from Carissima Amica, from University of Camerino in Italy, of course, about this topic, Italian ADR framework in the fields of energy and the roles of ARERA. The floor is yours.
Hello to everyone. Can you hear me?
Hey, perfectly.
Okay. Can you see the presentation? Okay. I think so.
Of course. Everything is okay.
Okay, okay. Thanks to the chairman, Manuel Feliurei, and thanks to all promoters of this important conference, Lucia and all other organizers and promoters. I send my best regards to all participants in presence and online. I'm going to immediately start my speech in matters of Italian ADR framework in the field of energy. As already observed in this conference, the energy transition and the entry into the energy market of new players with a double role of consumer and producer requires a clear and appropriate regulation of rights and obligations between final customers and energy operators, and specific contractual tools for collective exercise of production and consumption of renewable energy. In such context, the protection of rights of these new players also require appropriate tools, which are to be found at first in the field of alternative disputes resolution. The resort to such tools seems to be useful considering both levels of protection. With regards to dispute between final customers and energy operators, ADR instruments may be particularly appropriate insofar they allow to the parties to reach the settlement of disputes, making available to the weak party simple, efficient, fast, and low-cost procedures. With regard to disputes arising inside the self-consumption group or energy community, ADR instruments may foster the reaching of an agreement, preserving the cohesion of a group bound to keep relations anyway. With regard to disputes involving rights and obligations of energy final customers, Article 26 of IEM Directive requires Member States to ensure the access to simple, fair, transparent, independent, effective, and efficient out-of-court mechanisms for the settlement of such disputes. And where the final customer is a consumer, such mechanisms shall comply with the quality requirements of Directive 11 of 2013, so-called Consumer ADR Directive. In Italy, the Regulatory Authority of Energy Market, ARERA, is also the competent authority under ADR Directive to supervise the entities for alternative resolution of disputes between energy consumers, including prosumers, and traders of energy market, and check if such entities comply with the quality requirements set out in ADR Directive. If so, these entities are registered in a public list and qualify as ADR entities falling within the scope of this directive. In accordance with Consumer Code, in implementation of ADR Directive, it's up to competent authority to lay down the procedure to be followed to enter in the list, monitor ADR entities' activity, and apply sanctions if necessary. ARERA has created a list of ADR entities for energy disputes in 2015. Such a list includes both joint entities, consumers and professionals together, and private mediation bodies. It is remarkable that the first entity included in the list of ARERA is just Conciliation Service of ARERA itself, established by the authority to make available simple and fast ADR procedure to the final customers of electricity and gas. The service is operated by a public company on behalf of ARERA. So we can say that in this field, ARERA is both supervisory authority, both controlled entity. The ADR body of ARERA thereby works in direct competition with other ADR entities included in the list. But it holds a better position, which enables it to attract most of the disputes between consumers and professionals of energy market. In fact, compared to ADR private bodies, ARERA Conciliation Service is totally free of charge and can rely on mandatory participation of professionals in the procedure. Compared to joint entities, it has the advantage of concluding with an enforceable report in case of settlement of the dispute. The procedure before ARERA Conciliation Service is typically facilitative because it is carried out with the participation of a qualified mediator who could make a non-binding proposal only when the parties so request. The procedure is also very simple and accessible. It is held online and accredited on a European ODR platform. In 2020, Conciliation Service received about 18,000 of applications, divided by sectors as shown in the chart. We can see that most of applications concern electricity and gas, while a very little percentage have been submitted by prosumers. Since January 2017, promoting a conciliation procedure before ceasing accord is mandatory in the following cases: disputes between final customers of electricity or gas and professional operators, disputes between prosumers and operators or GSE. And this is not a problem. It is not a problem from the point of view of EU regulation, and it is not a problem either for Italian law. Consumer Code, indeed, provides that the principles of ADR Directive do not apply to mandatory mediation, even when it comes to consumer disputes, while at the same time it set out a significant exception just for conciliation in the field of energy, as well in the field of electronic communications, stating that these procedures are intended to be ADR procedures where they comply the requirements of ADR Directive and its implementation. The point is, rather, that the authority itself verify that its own ADR entity comply those requirements, and the same authority, according to law, also define when conciliation is mandatory. We can remark, finally, that in the field of ADR services for energy market, ARERA has a double role, both player and arbitrator, as well as other competent authorities. And it has a negative impact, especially from the point of view of competition within the field of national and European ADR services. Moreover, access to justice turns out to be regulated by an administrative authority, and it raises significant doubts. Anyway, in Italy, consumer ADR procedures before the entity set up by public authorities is deemed to be a successful experience because of trust placed by consumers in the independence, impartiality of entities charged to manage their disputes, and accessibility and effectiveness of ADR proceedings. So a RERA conciliation service, even though it has been working for a few years, is going to replay the same success. Thank you for your attention. I have finished. I hope to comply the time.
Thank you very much, Professoressa Gasparini. Well, you show us how important it is to improve an effective ADR, and you show us to the implement point of view of the European Union with the RERA and the Italian law with the ADR. Thank you very much. So we have to move again to the next speaker from University of Baro Aldo Moro, Italy. No? And they, yes, and they, excuse me, sir. And they speaks about tax profiles of renewable energy sources from the European Green Deal to fiscal incentives from ecological energy transitions. What perspective? I hope the positive perspective. Salvatore Antonello Parente, 5 minutes have you to reduce your speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the word. Good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I want to thank the organizer and in particular Professor Lucia Ruggeri for the invitation. It's a pleasure for me to participate in this conference. My report intends to focus attention on the tax profile of renewable energy sources. In view of the objective of environmental sustainability and climate neutrality advocated by the Paris Agreement and the European Green Deal, energy taxation represents a fundamental tool for the gradual replacement of renewable ecological sources to traditional fossil fuels, also in order to achieve cost saving and rethink energy supply models in a promotional dimension of the tax authority, to progressively reduce greenhouse gas emissions through the use of renewable and environmentally friendly energy sources. The strategy adopted within the European Union with the Clean Energy Package and implemented by the domestic laws of the Member States intends to transform the economic system according to a circular, efficient, competitive, sustainable and inclusive paradigm through the implementation of clean technologies, favored by the provision of incentive fiscal policy in order to promote in the long term the production of completely decarbonized energy with a consequent zero climate impact. As part of the program called Fit for 55, the European Commission has presented a series of proposals aimed at achieving the objective expressed by the European Green Deal, consisting of a 55% reduction in net carbon dioxide emission by 2030 and energy neutrality to be achieved by 2050 through a series of regulatory interventions aimed at modifying and revising the European framework for the taxation of energy products. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Ambition Action Programme for People, Planet and Prosperity, signed in September 2015, also deal with uses relating to the energy sector, setting 17 objectives and 169 targets that address the dynamics of the sustainable development in an economic, social and environmental dimension.
Then the next speaker is Marco Valò, Federconsumatori Lazio, from Italy, of course, the out-of-court management of litigation in the era of prosumerism and renewable energy communities.
Good afternoon, everybody.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizer of this beautiful event, especially the president of the Consumatori Lazio, Stefano Montacelli, and Professor Ruggeri. For a long time in Italy and in the European Union, it became clear the double need to strengthen the protection of consumers on the one hand and to reduce the number of the disputes attributed to the courts on the other hand. In order to resolve the disputes arising between a consumer and an operator in the energy sector in Italy, the consumers can choose between one of the private ADR entities registered in the public list established by ARERA, the ARERA Conciliation Service, the Chambers of Commerce, the conciliation service set up at the company providing the service, and consumers association, which have concluded memoranda of understanding with the electricity service providers. These types of conciliation have common characteristics and traits. They are an alternative method of resolving disputes. They lead the parties involved beyond the conflict to the solution of the dispute without resorting to the ordinary judgment. They contain the costs of legal fees and court costs. They reduce the duration of the dispute and guarantee the parties' confidentiality. They must comply with the rules of the Consumer Code. They are administered procedures, and especially the attempted conciliation experiment in the electricity sector is mandatory. This means that the conciliation attempt is a condition of the admissibility of the judicial request. In such a context of strengthening the level of protection of consumers in view of promoting and facilitating the development of self-consumption through the constitution of consumers in groups of self-consumers of electricity from renewable sources, it is necessary to understand the role that the configuration of self-consumers and, above all, the renewable energy communities can concretely assume in the out-of-court resolution of disputes that may arise both between shareholders and renewable energy community and energy suppliers. At present, it is difficult to consider a renewable energy community as a consumer, and this is for the universally accepted definition of a consumer as a subject, mostly a physical person, who purchases energy for purposes other than conducting commercial, professional, or corporate business that it may carry out. However, it is undeniable that a renewable energy community is made up of a particular category of consumers called prosumers. ARERA, since 2012, and then with a series of resolutions in 2014, provided the following legal definition of prosumer: subject who is both producer and final customer of electricity. The definition of prosumer is different from the definition of final customer, understood as a customer who purchases electricity for their own use, and from the definition of consumers, as the prosumers may not even be a physical person, and because the prosumers also acts as a professional producer. However, it must be highlighted the intention of the European Union institution to overcome this approach by inserting the following statement into directives. The definition of consumers should include physical person who acts outside their commercial, industrial, craft, or professional. However, in the case of dual-purpose contracts, if the contract is concluded for purposes that partially fall within the person's business activity and partially remain outside it, and the business purpose is so limited that it does not predominate in the general context of the contract, the person in question, the prosumer, should also be considered a consumer. Therefore, the following question is taking hold in Europe. Can the figure of prosumer within certain limits coincide with the figure of the consumer? In Italy, the answers to this question seems to be positive. In fact, ARERA has assimilated the figure of the prosumer to that of the final customer or consumer in identifying the forms of protection, providing that the prosumer, that he has a power implant of less than or equal to 0.5 megawatt, can activate the authority's conciliation service for the out-of-court resolution of disputes and also contact the consumer desk for complaints. Pending desirable regulatory and jurisprudential developments, national and supranational, aimed at including the renewable energy communities in the group of subjects identified as a consumer, or to consider applicable to them the protection typically provided for in favor of consumers, it is believed that the renewable energy communities must stipulate memoranda of understanding in order to manage and settle out of court the possible litigation. In my opinion, the best solution for the management of the out-of-court resolution of the dispute that will involve the renewable energy communities is that they rely, through memoranda of understanding, of consumers' associations, which for years have been the best example of protection of consumers' interests in Italy. Such a solution appears to be the best possible from multiple points of view. In fact, this solution would allow the renewable energy communities and their members to benefit from the long-standing experience in the management of out-of-court conciliation procedures, especially in the energy sector of the Consumers Association. This solution also would allow the renewable energy communities and their members to make use of the work of legal consultants and expert conciliators trained within the consumers associations that have been dealing with energy for a long time, and this solution would allow the renewable energy communities and their members to take advantage of the conciliation agreements and memoranda of understanding already stipulated between the consumers associations and the most important ADR conciliation bodies, but above all, of all the memoranda of understanding stipulated directly with the companies supplying the service. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ballot, for your efforts, Olympics efforts, I have to say, because, and then I appreciate it a lot. And then Mr. Andrea S. Civoletto from University, no, Mantovani, excuse me. The next speaker is Professor Maria Paola Mantovani from University of Camerino, Italy, of course. And the topic is the notion of consumers, comparative legal profiles. Professoressa.
Thank you so much, the colleague. Thank you, Professor Ruggeri and other colleagues and friends for this opportunity. And my intervention is on the notion of consumer comparative legal profiles. The switch from the national sphere to the European one has represented one of the main driving factors for the emergence of consumer legislation, whose core is founded on the adoption of a system of rules inspired by the protection of consumer rights and interests. The process of European integration has led to an expansion in the centers of legal production and, more generally, in the circle of regulatory sources. Since we must currently talk of a system of sources marked by the presence of different regulatory levels, like state, European, and international levels. This has facilitated broadening of market operations and economic exchanges, a contribution to which has come from the phenomenon of the globalization of market economy. Emblematic in this sense is the energy market as a market sector in which goods and services can be self-produced when dominated by the presence of a new figure, the prosumer, who operates without professional intermediaries and actively participates in the so-called collaborative or sharing economy. We can consider the prosumer a consumer who is also a producer of good or provider of service. The innovative impact lies in the possibility for non-professional subjects of acting on the market as economic actors. The mandatory nature of the consumer provisions operates as a result of the need to ensure a specific system of protections in favor of the weak contracting party, with a view to eliminating the information asymmetries between professional and consumers, and thereby allowing the conclusion of contracts between parties sufficiently aware of advantages and risks, and accordingly capable of expressing a consent based on a correct assessment of the convenience of the contractual transaction. In a different form, the model of collaborative economy in the expression of a logic exchange characterized by a basically leveled position between the subjects, given that reference is made to a consumer who is producer or professional, or to a consumer who contributes to the production side. In the so-called peer economy or economy between equals, the relationship is presumed to be fully horizontal, not governed by hierarchical relations, and therefore the dimension of consumption once again expresses a relationship between equals and contributed to establishing the consumer system. But in this way, it is clear nowadays that to operate for the protection of the consumer does not only mean to restore the non-professional counterparties of the business and institutional role of protagonists in every market sector. It means, even prior to that, to guarantee to them all form of protection a consumer is entitled to as a person according to the Article 2 of the Italian Constitution. The quality of consumer confers on the person a position and a specific role, and is a prerequisite for the application of a structured regime of protections. Historically, the notion of consumer has been constructed by relying on the conception of state, market, and society, and thus, to understand it properly, we must refer to various economic, sociological, and legal disciplines. But the figure of collaborative economy currently is new forms of collaborative economy relating to sharing models in self-production and energy consumption have been successfully tried out. The new bargaining paradigms found in collaborative economy evolve, in particular, in the dimension of horizontal relationships, so-called peer-to-peer, of which the prosumer is a key player. From this viewpoint, the relationship is established between non-professional service provider user and materializes in a relationship between equals, which gives birth to the term peer economy. By the expression collaborative economy, we refer to a model of production of goods or services by private subjects, and whose activities can be developed and facilitated by collaboration platforms that create an open market for the temporary use goods of services. The phenomenon of collaborative economy, as we have seen, is dominated by the figure of the prosumer, which sharing economy has placed side by side with the profiles of consumer and profession. This new system of organization of relationships sees the prosumer as an active player in the dynamics of production and exchange of goods and services and the like in the energy market. The definition of prosumer seems to diverge from that of consumer, generally accepted at supranational and domestic level, according to which the consumer is any natural person who acts for purposes that fall outside the scope of his commercial, industrial, artisanal, or professional activity. We could imagine this new economic player as a kind of consumer actor who plays a central and active role in the choice and acquisition of goods and services. This remark should induce in us a reflection on the existence of shifting borderline concerning the figure of the prosumer, as well, since we cannot exclude beforehand an extension of the protective regime of consumer legislation conditional on the verification of the individual contractual transition. We should nevertheless highlight that the energy prosumer or consumer is a player in the economic activity, whereas the consumer is the a recipient of the professional's economic activity. If on the one hand, the emergence of new economic dynamics and new contractual models has seemingly fueled the debate on the potential extension of the notion of consumer, on the other hand, it must not make us forget the impact that the creation of different subsystems might have on the general system. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Mantovani, for this, I would say, difficult approach to the always in evolution concept, as is the consumer is. And then, so we have to, well, welcome, thank you very much. And we have to move to the next speaker, I think. And then, Professor Junichiro Kusumoto, we are listening to you with attention, and then the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, Professor, I'm here. All of your
Hi.
audience is expecting you 10 minutes, okay?
Hi, okay. Hi, I'm Junichiro Kusumoto, Professor of Law at Toyo University in Japan. I would like to thank Professor Lucia Ruggeri and the ECP colleagues for inviting me and the philosopher Kinji Matsuo to this conference and giving us opportunities to present. We are very honored to be here. Today's title is Workers' Cooperative and Energy Communities in Japan. First of all, I'd like to refer to a technical term. It should be noted that the key phrase, workers' cooperative, seems to be as the same as workers' collective, which is called in Japan. Some Japanese people call it wakore for short. Key points of my speech is as follows. First, what is workers' cooperative? Second, characteristics of workers' cooperatives compared to stock companies and the corporate law. Third, potential of workers' cooperative and its relation to renewable energy projects. In Japan, workers' cooperative law or workers' collective law was enacted at the end of 2020, and it will take effect on this October the 1st. What is Japanese workers' cooperative? In short, it is a legal entity or legal person in which workers become members, invest, manage, and work. It is said to be a workers-driven organization that can regain its humanity. They do everything about the business. Well, what's the purpose of the workers' cooperative law? According to the law, in short, it is to contribute to the realization of a sustainable and vibrant regional community by encouraging the members to invest in the cooperative, to conduct the cooperative's business reflecting their respective opinions, to engage in the business themselves, to create various employment opportunities, and to conduct the business to meet the various demands in the community. And next, the characteristics of the workers' cooperatives is as follows. First, as a legal entity, like stock company, there is no natural death and perpetuity is ensured. the corporate tax law is applied to save taxes, and it is easier to receive subsidies from local governments and to borrow money from banks. Second, each members of cooperative shall have at least one unit of investment. The amount of each unit of investment shall be uniform. The number of units of investment by a member shall not exceed 25% of the total number of units of investment in principal, and the liability of member shall be limited. It is the same as a stock company in that the investors have limited liability. Third, dividends of surplus shall be made in proportion to the extent to which the member workers have been engaged in the business of the cooperative as provided in the article of incorporation. Therefore, it differs from a stock company in that the workers who are members of the cooperative do not receive dividends from surplus in proportion to their investment, but only in proportion to the extent of their labor. Fourth, each member has one voting right, regardless of the percentage of investment. Therefore, unlike stock companies, workers' cooperatives are founded on the principle of head-counted equality, not the principle of capital majority rule. It is in the regard that worker cooperatives are said to be rooted in humanism. In view of the above, in the case of workers' cooperatives, neither dividends from surplus nor voting rights are available in proportion to the percentage of investment. And it is impossible to raise huge funds because there is no incentive to invest. Therefore, it is suitable only for small-scale business. In fact, as of 2020, there are more than 500 workers' cooperatives operating in Japan, covering about 30 different industries, with, as is estimated, 10,000 workers. In a stock company, minority shareholders feel being backed into a corner from management. But in the workers' cooperatives, the workers are the main actors. Thus, workers' cooperatives are organizations for a pursuit of workers' well-being, happiness in small-scale niche industries in the region. Even some business need energy. Workers' cooperatives are suitable for renewable energy projects too. A large central power system, like a nuclear power plant, may be stable and sufficient on the supply of electricity, but in the country like Japan, where natural disasters are common, it is also important to have a decentralized system that can play a complementary role. In other words, it is necessary to create sustainable and cyclical communities for survival. Regional economies do not necessarily need to have stock companies because they are collection of small business and do not need to raise huge amounts of capital as global companies do. In that sense, there is potential for workers' cooperatives to develop in the future as business entities in the region. Workers' cooperatives have the idea of restoring human autonomy. Unlike shareholders, workers have an incentive to work because they get a profit for their work. Perhaps this also has a potential to change the structures of regional society and industry, and they can certainly lead to happiness, at least for the people who make a virtue of the spirit of mutual help. But the question is whether it is sustainable. Human nature has both a helping spirit and greed. Idealism has its shadows, and many fail. Next, philosopher Kinji Matsuo will present a case study of shadow side of the idealism. He lives in the forest village in Japan. That's all from my side. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks.
Hello, I'm Kinji Matsuo.
Thank you very much, Professor Kusumoto.
Thank you very
I
much.
really, well, I'm sorry because the technology wasn't around perfectly, but it's our work. And then you put the accent of this human condition, and then we are behind these conditions. And then we have to let you and to connect online with the Professor Kinji Matsuo, also the University Tokyo University from Japan. No?
Hello, I'm Kinji Matsuo. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. The floor is yours if you want to say that.
Hi. I'm very honored to be able to attend this international conference today. I live in mountains of Western Tokyo alone. I am blessed with nature. My family has lived here for 700 years. Until before World War II, our village was a circular society. To my mind, a village nestled in a valley and surrounded by mountains is the epitome of a sustainable society and a microcosmos of a society in harmony with nature. Today, I introduce you a very famous village in Japan, created by Japanese writer Saneatsu Mushanokoji, 1885 to 1976. He devoted himself to Tolstoy and built a new village and carried out a practical movement. In this line with concept prosumer, this village aimed for self-sufficiency. 8 hours a day work. They work 6 hours a day, and they made their living through agriculture. But they encountered many difficulties. And 10 years ago, they introduced solar power generation so as to solve financial difficulties. But their judgment was correct or not. It's a big problem. And I want to consider more in the future. And I'm very happy to be here with you. And do you know movie director Akira Kurosawa? He is a very famous movie director. Maybe the most famous inhabitant of New Village is the youngest was Hideo Oguni. He became later a main scenario writer of movie director Akira Kurosawa. And now the inhabitants of New Village getting older, almost to reach 80. And the population of this village only 8. It's not sustainable. What can we do such a case? Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Matsup, for your deeply considerations and idea that you have been sharing with us. And I'm sure that we take in account for the future seminars and why not future papers. And I'm so sorry because the time is running. Now we have to share the time with Andrea Escivoletto from University of Rome, La Sapienza, by others, because we are talking about the philosophers, no? La Sapienza. From Italy, yes, because everything is linked in a global world. Andrea Civoletto, who has 5 minutes, I remind you, renewable talks about the, yes, renewable energy communities, governance and establishment contracts. 5 minutes. During 5 minutes, the first you.
Don't worry. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. I would like to thank ECP project, the Professor Lucia Ruggeri, and especially Federconsumatori Lazio and Stefano Monticelli for this opportunity. The sales contracts theme has a nuclear importance when it comes to our project, Comunes organization, but in general, all the renewable energy communities organization and governance. Indeed, not only do these contracts become relevant in regards to possibility of selling the self-produced renewable energy electric surplus, but also regarding the regulation of property relations of the REC's photovoltaic systems in a structure that can include also loan for use contracts, leases, or private-public partnerships. The new Italian legislation, the Decree 199/2021, directly aims to encourage this kind of contracts in order to draw our country closer to the European intention and purposes about decarbonization that are established by the RED II Directive 2018-2001 for the 2050. The decree, as a matter of fact, not only does extend the whole cast of possible REC's structure members, but it also secures the opportunity for the community itself to sell the self-produced renewable electric energy surplus towards both private and public entities. As it regards Comune, the earnings of this energy sale will be directed both to projects and activities in favor of the community. This norm undoubtedly represents a first step towards the introduction of RECs in the energy market, although they still appear far from the possibility of operating on a pair with the other energy sellers. Indeed, as of today, energy communities don't have the structure to be able to handle large-scale retail as other stakeholders do. Furthermore, the Italian legislation provides for bonuses just for the self-consumed energy share and not for the sold one. This one, in fact, will follow the market price in contrast with the RED II directive that demands from the European countries to remove any obstacle from to the REC's participation in the market. As such, besides having the possibility of becoming energy producers and sellers, all Comune and REC's members' rights as final customer will be protected, as they will be free to choose whatever energy seller they want to sign a sale contract with. In fact, they will be even free to buy a non-renewable energy supply. Finally, sales contracts together with loan and lease contracts regulate property relations of REC's photovoltaic systems. Specifically, Comune will fund energy production on members' photovoltaic systems because when a private or a public entity becomes a Comune's member, their photovoltaic systems will be made available to the community through free loan contracts that will also regulate the mandatory maintenance. In the end, it must be said that Comune created an operation manual in order to guarantee the uniformity of all the RECs that will be born inside this project. This handbook will explain all the processes, the schedules, and the criteria that can ensure in the future a constant possibility of improving and controlling all the Comune's renewable energy communities. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scivoletto. And then my task as chairman is finished. And so in consequence, I give the words and my chef. Boss, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. The friendship of Manuel Fallurei is evident today. Yeah? Manuel Fallurei is a member also of the PhD board at Camerino University. We are really proud to benefit from the support of Professor Manuel Fallurei. And now I would like to conclude with Federconsumatori Lazio, because Federconsumatori Lazio is the heart of this program, of this today program. Our project will continue. We imagine a final event in December. We hope to produce articles, a book, and so on. So please, Stefano, it's important to conclude with you, with all your staff.
Thanks so much, Lucia. Thanks again for the hospitality. We are very proud to conduce this project with you, with Unicam. And we will go away very long, we want to make a lot of street, a lot of way. So I want to ask here, okay, all people from Federconsumatori, starting from Valeria Caforio, Violetta Scipinotti, Marco Valò, che ha appena finito di parlare, Andrea Scivoletto, Michela Nicolassi, Daniele Ribichini, li chiamo tutti, Arek Karpinski, Maria Grazia Bartucca, Carla Croce, e if you permit, in our delegation, I consider even if Pierluigi Sassi. Thanks a lot again for the hospitality. Thank you.
This fantastic group, we have a fantastic picture, but we are growing. So thanks a lot for your attention. In Brussels, we conclude our event. Thanks to the e-learning team. See you in a different event. Bye.